call it. That's Karen. This is your microphone.
Is he noisy?
Order.
There's probably not time with the phone call.
Order, everybody. Thank you very much. Had a couple little technical things we had to get going here. So I'd like to welcome everybody to the Law Amendments Committee today, Monday, September 17th. We'll start with introductions. Ms. Chender.
Hi, I'm Claudia Chender, MLA for Dartmouth South.
Lenore Zan, Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River. Good afternoon.
Brad John, Sackville, Beaverbank.
Good afternoon, Chris D'Entremont, MLA Argyle, Barrington.
And I'm the chair, Gordon Wilson, MLA for Clare Digby.
Rafa Di Costanzo, MLA for Clayton Park West. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Suzanne Lonis-Croft, MLA Lunenburg.
Good morning. Welcome to the legislature. My name is Keith Irving, MLA for Kings South.
And I'm Benjamin Jessam. I represent Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
So just to start, I'll go through a few procedural things. First, I'd like to excuse for the heat. It isn't going to get any better, unfortunately, and the noise hopefully will stop around 5 o'clock. For those, there is water. Please help yourselves to the water in the back, coffee. And I would also like to remind everybody that there are to be no photos and no cell phones, and please turn your cell phones off or on vibrate, and no flash photography, other than the media, of course. So we'll start with Bill number 29, the Labor Standards Code amended. David Walbridge, and what we'll have is 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. And I will do my best to try and catch your attention if you're getting close to the 10-minute mark. Does that sound good?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is David Walbridge. I'm from Halifax. I'm a lawyer. I practice at a firm in town called Pink Larkin. And I've, for about 14 years, practiced workplace law, including employment law, and deal on a regular basis with labor standards matters. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present today on this bill. I have a few general comments and a specific suggestion for the committee's consideration, Mr. Chair. My first general comment is that this is a good bill, that this is the bill that deserves the support of the House, but it should be amended. I'm, of course, not a psychologist or a child development expert, but in the course of my professional practice, I've spoken with several, including several in the context specifically of parental and maternity leave and paternity benefits. And I think it goes without saying that the importance of time off with a child for that child's development, for the bonding between a parent and a child is critically important, and certainly critically important, particularly in an adoption placement setting. So undoubtedly, the extension of time for leave of absence and job protection from those who are working, who need time to provide such care for a child, is undoubtedly in the public interest. Obviously, there's an aspect of this bill that I'm not going to talk as much about, which has to do with extending caregiver leave, which again is important, and obviously, especially for those who have to deal with and care for loved ones who are sick. My second general comment, and I've made this submission before on law amendments to labor standards, is that there is an overriding need in this province for a broader review of labor standards. While there have been a number of individual bills over the years that have made improvements, they have been piecemeal, and we can look to places, jurisdictions such as Ontario, where for example, the previous Liberal government in Ontario just had a very comprehensive expert expert review of their labor standards, updating them to deal with 21st century issues, and that's in need. Much of our bill stems from its original drafting in the 1970s. I think Professor Ernest Christie, who taught me labor law, was one of the key architects of this legislation. So in terms of my specific suggestion and for this committee to consider an amendment, I focus on the purpose of the bill, which is in the explanatory note, which is to align the leave provisions with federal government employment insurance benefits. The bill does this by extending the length of leave and also creating a new critically ill adult leave for Nova Scotia. However, eligibility has not been aligned. And what I mean by eligibility is that under employment insurance regulations, to be eligible for EI benefits, it requires 600 hours of insurable earnings, which is about 15 weeks at 40 hours a week, or 17 weeks at 35 hours a week. The current provisions in Section 59(1) and 59(b)(1) of the Labor Standards Code put a requirement on an employee to be employed for a year before being able to get leave. So let me be clear, this creates an odd situation where even under the proposed amendments, a person may be eligible for EI benefits, but not eligible for a leave of absence from their job. So in other words, a woman, and I'm being very specific about that because these provisions dramatically and overwhelmingly apply to women. A woman could be hired by an employer, become pregnant while she's an employee of that employer, be able to go off work and access EI benefits, but she's not afforded with the job protection in the Labor Standards Code that a leave of absence would provide. I must say as an aside, and I won't get into the analysis, but that likely constitutes sex discrimination under the Human Rights Act. Bill 29, with its stated purpose to align federal EI with labor standards, this is precisely the type of bill and the purpose of the bill which should afford this kind of amendment to correct this problem. And it's interesting when in the bill, Clause 16 of the bill, which is the clause that creates the new critically ill adult care leave, it has an eligibility requirement for only 3 months of employment. Now, I went and looked at the other provisions of the code that are linked with employment insurance, which is compassionate care and critically ill leave to take care of a child. And both of those leaves are also only require the eligibility for 3 months of employment. And so the requirement that mostly women have to work and be employed for a year with an employer before they're eligible to access job protection, meaning a leave of absence, is internally out of sync with the other leave provisions in the Labor Standards Code that are connected with federal employment insurance. So the code itself currently and the proposed amendments continue internal inconsistencies in how they treat people who are leaving for some types of absences and women predominantly who are taking a leave for pregnancy or parental leave. And again, this legislation and the legislature, the House in general, should be aspiring towards equality and maintaining these kind of inequities within Labor Standards Code, especially when you have this opportunity today, which is to harmonize and bring them into an alignment, would be unfortunate, and that is why I urge this committee and the House to consider an amendment. The amendment would be to, I must say, there shouldn't be any eligibility requirement, but it would seem consistent and reasonable to bring the eligibility requirements for parental leave and for pregnancy leave in sync with the other leaves in the Labor Standards Code, about 3 months, which also makes them in sync approximately with the 600 hours or 15 to approximately 15 weeks of full-time work to be eligible for employment insurance. Just as a quick note aside, when you look at other jurisdictions in Canada, having a one-year eligibility requirement for parental leave, Nova Scotia is quite offside. Even in Atlantic Canada, Prince Edward Island and Newfoundland is only 20 weeks. New Brunswick doesn't have any type of eligibility like Nova Scotia does. Ontario, I believe, is 13 weeks. And so in that regard, we're offside. But more importantly, I think with the purpose of this bill, alignment with federal EI, there's an opportunity to amend it and to bring that under alignment today. And I welcome any questions, Mr. Chair, that you or the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Walbridge. Ms. Chender.
I just want to go back to that discrepancy that you noted. So if I'm correct, what you're saying is that a parent still a birth parent could collect those benefits, but they would not have the protections to be able to return to their job necessarily. Is that, in your view, something as a lawyer that looks like an oversight, or is that a situation that appears in other jurisdictions?
You'd have to probably go and look at all the legislative history, sort of following things over the last number of years. A number of the new leaves that have gone into the code, compassionate care, critical illness for a child, have kind of followed the lead like this bill does in terms of changes that happen federally. I haven't done the analysis going back in time to see if what the alignment was originally with the pregnancy and maternity leave, but certainly now, when you look at, and I looked at Atlantic Canada and I looked at Ontario as a recent jurisdiction who just looked at this, they're all, 20 weeks maybe at the high end, but Ontario at 13 weeks. They're all generally within that same vicinity of about 600 hours of full-time work. Okay. And so you wouldn't end up in those jurisdictions with that kind of significant gap where you could go off work, essentially leave your job, get the benefits from the federal government for employment insurance, but there wouldn't be job protection. So we are out of sync with not just the federal legislation, but also the other jurisdictions in Canada.
Thank you.
Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Walbridge, I was just wondering if you have raised this with the department in the past. I appreciate you bringing this forward. That yes, we've opened up this portion of the act to look at. Have you raised it with the department? Do you know if they're working on it or working on it with respect to another basket of changes or any other issues?
Yeah, I'm not aware of whether they're working on it with another basket of changes. This issue, the 1 year essentially waiting period or prohibition before a woman has job protection when she goes off on leave to have a child or adopt, has been raised in a number of studies. Most recently, the one I've seen was from 2012. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives did a comprehensive review of labor standards in the province, and it was very notably highlighted in there. I can't speak for the department whether they got a copy of it, but that's an organization that does make their information available, and they conduct efforts to advance the issues that they're raising. So I would expect that there's general awareness within the department. I'd be surprised if there wasn't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waldridge. No further questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Jessup? No? Ms. Chender?
I'd like to move an amendment. This is going to be somewhat unusual because I don't have paper copy due to a number of communication issues all down the line. So I will move it verbally, assuming, as Mr. Walbridge pointed out, that this was a mistake, given that the purpose of this act is to come into line with the federal legislation. It appears clear to me that there was a mistake made, essentially, that because we know that birth parents will still receive benefits, but they will not receive job protection, which I can only assume is not the intention of the government on this issue. So I'd like to move an amendment that Section 59(1) of the Labor Standards Code amended change 1 year in the language to 17 weeks, and Section 59(b)(1) change 1 year to 17 weeks. And that would accomplish exactly what Mr. Walbridge has presented to us here. And again, I apologize to the committee that we don't have this on paper.
Mr. Jessom?
Mr. Chair, if it's agreeable to the committee, I'd move that we recess for a minute to deliberate on the motion. Thank you.
We'll recess for 1 minute. Order. Call the meeting back to order. Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to suggest that this would be a classic amendment that we could deal with in law amendments, or sorry, not law amendment, in committee of the whole, when our line-by-line review goes through this, and then all of the legislature has a written copy and the legislation and the clauses in front of them to make a careful amendment. And I'm not trying to undermine in any way the points that you raise, but I think we can deal with this in committee of the whole.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Yes, that is one way to deal with it, but there's the other option is, I mean, we've only been here for a week. We're going to be here for a few more weeks. We can have another law amendments committee and bring it forward at that point in time when we have the opportunity to see the amendment before us. And if that one's missed, there might be something else that's missed that the department might want to fix up before it goes through the next stage. So there is another option, and it is to hold off until our next meeting, which could be called as quickly as tomorrow, if the government's ready to do that.
Any further discussion? Mr. Jessom.
Just in the interest, I totally respect where the member is coming from, the members are coming from. Just in the idea of, I guess, having an opportunity to more carefully consider what we're proposing here, I would offer that perhaps today we stand the bill and bring it back to law amendments once we've had a chance to. I prefer not to do things on the fly, and that's just me. And I appreciate the intention of the bill. I think is consistent, but I would appreciate the opportunity to deliberate a little bit with some of my colleagues before we make a change on the fly.
There's a motion on the floor to stand the bill to the next law amendments.
It's to defer the motion.
Defer the motion to the next meeting. I love my legal counsel. All those in favor say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion carried. The bill will be deferred to the next meeting of the law amendments. And I would assume that we will get the proper paperwork in the meantime. Thank you. Bill number 27, the Animal Protection Act. Caitlin Frazier. Welcome, Caitlin. So we have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. The floor is yours.
Well, hello, and thank you for allowing me to address the committee today in regards to Bill 27. I'd first like to introduce myself, and the reason I'm here is because I absolutely love dogs. I've been a dog owner for 22 years, and I finally convinced my parents at the age of 7 that I did need a dog. After 5 years of carrying around the Sears catalog when we used to have them to get my mother to show me the picture of the puppy in the catalog. I come from a small town community in Dayspring where my father actually grew up to my childhood home, so I'm not from anywhere fancy or big. After my many years of failed attempts, my parents finally let me have my own dog, but we actually ended up with 2 because my brother decided he wanted one as well. Mine was named Prince. Prince and I volunteered for years, starting in grade 6 with the St. John's Ambulance Therapy Dog Program. We visited 4 homes a week, every week, rain or shine, and much to my mother's dismay, even in the snow, because she had to drive me because I didn't have a license. I've been nominated for several years back then to go to the volunteer lunch. I've been using dogs to improve people's lives since, well, grade 6. On top of that, I even started to babysit just so I could have money to put Prince in agility classes because it's something I wanted to do with him. Dogs are my life. Not only do they make my life whole, but they are actually who I am. Today, I still live in the county of Lunenburg, and I enjoy many activities with my now 10 Australian Shepherds, from daily hikes, training, competing, to coach snuggles and sharing my bed with them. I can't imagine my life to be any other way. I'm here because of those dogs, because I know dogs do need protection, and so do their owners. I'm here to address something that is of great concern to me. Unfortunately, one of the reasons we need laws like this is because there are bad people. Because being in a position of power can often allow people to hide being a bad person. When the RCMP make a decision that is considered inappropriate by a person witnessing or involved, they have an ability to make a complaint. The complaint does not simply go to their boss, who can hide it under their stack of papers and pretend it never happened. This is directly from their website. The Civilian Review and Complaints Commissions for the RCMP is an independent agency that reviews complaints made by the public on an on-duty conduct of an RCMP member. There are a few important things here. One is the independence. There is no way that an officer can hide behind a motive that they personally have, and we are humans and we all have our own motives. Secondly, it is for on-duty conduct. For this reason, it's important because I do understand the SPCA does need to protect themselves, and they may have motives where they may, an example, not like breeders. This may not be an acceptable target for their motives at work. However, it is not something for them to be that they can do on their own time. On top of that, we also have the Serious Incident Response Team independently investigating all serious incidents which arise from actions of police in Nova Scotia. There does not have to be an allegation or of wrongdoing for these people to look into the situation. This is within Nova Scotia, another independent source that with or without a complaint will investigate to ensure that things are being done to code. In quotations from their website, the team's ultimate goal at all times is to ensure the public will trust the team's work, have confidence in its findings, and be assured of its integrity and gain comfort from its independence. Police officers are held up to their ethics. They are required to follow them as repercussions that we as Nova Scotians have the ability to set forth in motion if the need is to ensure our safety. The RCMP, the Police of Nova Scotia, can rest assured, though, that falsely made accusations will not uphold merit because it is an independent study done by an outside source. This means both sides are actually protected. What I'm asking for you for this is to understand how important it is for there to be ways for people to follow through to file a complaint, that it cannot be simply state something without merit and the onus be solely on the owner to prove it wrong. To spend thousands of dollars to hire a lawyer, we are not a police state. This is Canada, and directly from our national anthem, God keep our land glorious and free. Free to live our lives without worrying of hidden agendas of groups who feel the need to push their beliefs on others. Section 2, point E, page 4 of my printed copy of the new bylaw says subjected, past tense, cause or forced to undergo. Cosmetic surgery is defined in Section 27. However, my issue isn't with cosmetic surgery. I'm not here in regards to that. The past tense verb is my issue. With the changing laws, people will start going to the United States for puppies because they will still be able to get what they want. These puppies will have legally had procedures done to them. However, the way it is stated, you are telling us that even though it was not done here because the dog was subjected to cosmetic surgery, these people are in violation of the law because Section 28 does not state that it is acceptable if performed in a jurisdiction by a medical professional, even if it was legal where it was done, unless it was done for medical reasons for an injury or benefit of the health of the animal. This means the province of Nova Scotia could take forth a mandate to punish owners for purchasing animals outside their jurisdiction if that animal does not meet their beliefs, with no way to hold them accountable for their actions, which this becomes then a much bigger problem. If a person has an animal in ongoing distress that actually needs assistance, it will be obvious. However, allowing someone to go backwards because they believe the animal may have been in distress at some point based on their opinion is not an acceptable form of animal protection, especially without a way to report misconduct to an outside source for review. If you haven't figured out, my biggest thing is having an outside source review. If the SPCA jot down my name today for speaking against them, they show up at my house over the next year, I have no way to report them to anybody to say, hey, I don't actually think they're here on a merit base. They came here to intimidate me, to make me quiet. That doesn't sound like Canada, does it? Are we not supposed to be able to speak up about our beliefs? Our government is supposed to protect us, to help us grow, not shut us down to make us speak for what they don't think is right. Section 20, Part 2, the right to require any person at a private dwelling. I'm going to start with just that one sentence out of the thing. Let's start here. It's not acceptable. Without reasonable cause, which is not stated, it is expected for someone that does not own the dogs to present them for examination. If any of you own dogs, you can understand that dogs do not always react the same way they would with their owners as they would with somebody else that does not have them. So if my cleaner is at my house and I'm not there and the SPCA shows up, they can force my cleaner to present dogs to them that they don't even know. She could then provide information that is not correct, not even accurate, because she has no idea. I have a 12-year-old dog who has been to the vets 101 times in his life. He's got chronic allergic bronchitis and he coughs every day of his life. He is on 2 puffers and steroids. But if the SPCA showed up, they could easily say he was in distress. My cleaner later, he has no idea that he's on medications and has been since he was 2 years old. However, it is the SPCA's job in regards to this to protect animals, and I do understand that. However, when you think about it also in the case of biosecurity, I, as a breeder, and I do breed Australian Shepherds, do not go to places that put my puppies at high risk during critical times, such as getting infected with things like parvo. The SPCA has no accountability to tell me where they've been anytime recently and never will have to. However, it is their job to visit situations of hoarding, poor care, and management, which will increase the likelihood of disease. In the case of a breeder, something even as simple as kennel cough could be detrimental to young puppies. How is it that we are protected from this? We are not allowed to know where the officer has been. Who is responsible for the cost if they do bring parvo into my home and kill an entire litter of puppies after thousands of dollars at the vet? How is it possible that breeders have to take this risk but cannot even find out who made the complaint about us or even if it has true onus? The Freedom of Information Act is supposed to help protect us against this. However, the SPCA does not fall into its governance, which once again means we need protection. Directly from the Freedom of Information Act. Since 1967, the Freedom of Information Act has provided the public with the right to request access to the records of any federal agency. And where lies the problem? We cannot access information and we need to know why. If it can be used against us as evidence, we have the right to gain this information. This is another prime example of why a third-party reporting agency is so important, because in most people's lives, they have annoyed somebody, and we know in today's world it doesn't take much for people to get upset and continue on your words, with no way to force the SPCA to prove that it was even a complaint in the first place. And in my closing, we as ethical breeders and responsible dog owners believe that animals protection is important. It's why when we sell our puppies, we guarantee to take them back for life. I have a puppy in my home that was sold. His family is getting divorced, and he is back in my home. He is not in a shelter, and I'm feeding him for free out of my own pocket because I love him. And to the day he dies, he is my responsibility. To know that we are protected against hidden agendas, like breed-specific legislation that happened in Ontario, we all know that happens. And it's still happening. We believe amendments do need to be made to this. However, they need to be consulted with responsible pet owners and breeders as well. We'll make it both safer for all animals and that we own. This is written and this was written along with the help of my 10 nosy Aussies who were confused why we weren't going for a walk. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Caitlin. Could we have a copy of
Yeah, I have
that?
all, they can have them all.
Thank you very much. Questions? Ms. Lunas-Croft.
Hi, thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
I'm from Lunenburg,
Yes.
and I'm very fond of collie breeds, and I've owned Aussie Shepherds before. Do you dock your tails?
So I actually purchased and spent a lot of money to buy a dog that had a natural bobtail gene, so I have both dogs with and without tails in my home. And most of my ones without tail are actually from the United States of America.
From the States. So ones that you've brought in from the United States, do you have papers for that?
They are all registered, yes, and they're all show dogs.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Zahn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation, Ms. Fraser. I was going to say, do you feel that breeders have been consulted on this bill before it came to the House?
We unfortunately had no idea. We found out about it Wednesday when it was posted on the news, which is very unfortunate for us because we should have known, because we do believe that there needs to be laws in place that protect the animals and protect us, but we had no idea. We were never consulted. And I believe there are 774 CKC breeders in Nova Scotia. That is a large amount of people. And we have a lot of puppy buyers in Nova Scotia who support us. Mm-hmm. And we had no idea. So we had no way to be informed about this decision.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Appreciate your comments here today.
Thank you.
Cindy Baker and Aaron LeBlanc. Ms. Baker, Ms. LeBlanc, welcome. So 10 minutes for presentation, and I'll give you a little heads up if you're getting close. 5 minutes for questions. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you and the committee members for allowing me to speak today. I would like to start by saying that I'm a firm believer of animal care and well-being. and value that animals bring to our lives and the value that they bring to our lives. I'm a dog owner, and my dog's well-being is of utmost importance to me, above all else. My dogs live in my home, they sleep in my bed, they are on my sofa, and I love them with all my heart. I'm here today to express my concern with the proposed Bill 27. I would like the time to go over the areas of great concern for me as a dog owner. Much of my concerns today will be directed towards the level of power in which this bill, if passed, will give to inspectors, powers above those, even police officers. And in doing so, will in turn be penalizing Nova Scotians for owning an animal by essentially providing less rights as private property owners than those who don't own an animal. Firstly, I'm extremely concerned with the proposed bill under definitions replacing the use of owner with custodian. The definition proposed for custodian includes a person who has possession of an animal. This is a scary use of words, as it could be read to mean that while my dog is at a daycare, a boarding kennel, in vet care, or even stolen, that whoever is in possession of the dog has all control over it. I'm sorry, but I firmly disagree with this terminology. Dog owners have, and the owner of the animal should be the only person in authority over that animal and its dealings. I'm firmly against the use of custodian in the bill and would like to see it removed and owner be kept as the one and only reference. Owners and only owners should be who has a say in regard to the animal and be who is contacted in regards to animal with no exceptions. The second part of the act I would like to express my concern with is Section 20, subsection 1. I am aware this is contained within the current act under Section 18A(a)(1). However, where this bill is here in front of law amendments, I want to indicate my concerns. This section indicates an inspector can enter and inspect any premises other than a private dwelling and conduct any test, seize any animal to conduct any test, take samples, take any action considered necessary or advisable by the inspector. I ask you and anyone who is here today that owns a dog or a cat at home to imagine for me, for a minute if you will, the scenario if you dropped your pet off at a daycare and you went to work and the inspector shows up and seizes, say, 3 dogs for testing. One of the dogs is yours. The way this section reads, they do not need any probable cause, nor indicate what testing will be performed. Also, because of removing the wording owner and now wanting to use custodian, they wouldn't even need to contact you to notify you or receive permission at the daycare, as they were in possession in the daycare of the dog at the time of seizure. This section does not list what types of tests are allowable, but simply says test. I can only speak for myself, but for me as a loving pet owner, this is incredibly scary. Especially considering inspectors are not required to be even licensed veterinarians. The third section of the proposed bill I'd like to draw your attention to is Section 20, subsection 2. I'm aware this section does appear in the current act and is in place under Section 23, subsection 8. However, in the current act, there is a key point to note. In the current act, this wording fell under a heading which states, when an animal is found in distress. In this proposed bill, this wording does not fall under the same heading first. It's important to note this section states that an inspector may go onto private property, a dwelling, and require any person in a private dwelling to produce any animal on the premises for examination. Because this is no longer falling under the heading of when the animal is found in distress, it now implies an inspector requires no probable cause to come onto your private property and force you to present your dog for examination. As a woman who is home a lot by myself, the thought of having an inspector come to my home and, come onto my property without warning and without probable cause of an animal being in distress makes me uneasy. And these inspectors don't have to be police officers. They can be anybody the society appointed. And therefore, having to open my door to a stranger who is not lawfully appointed police officer leaves me to feel that by owning an animal, I have fewer rights of my own property than someone who doesn't own an animal. The Charter of Rights and Freedom, Section 28, indicates all charter rights are guaranteed equally to all men and women. And the Charter also states in Chapter 8 that everyone will have the right to be protected from unreasonable search or seizure if non-pet owning people do not have to open their door to private dwelling or private dwelling to a stranger. Then why is this bill proposing pet owners should lose their same rights and be required to open their door to an inspector who is not a police officer? In keeping with the topic of having fewer rights in regards to my own private property simply because I own an animal compared to non-animal owners, I draw your attention to Section 20, subsection 5. This states that owners may accompany inspectors or peace officers during an inspection when requested. When did we, as owners of the property and owner of the animals, lose our right to go where we want on our own property? I ask you, would you or anyone else want to let a stranger roam in your home or business without accompanying them in person? Or would you want them alone with your pet to do as they seem fit without your accompaniment? A section of this act that is grave concern for me, Mr. Chair, is Section 20, subsection 8. This is the new wording not currently included in the current act. This section indicates, without any mention of needing probable cause of cruelty or distress, that an inspector may enter on or pass over any land or water without liability for trespassing and without the owner of property having the right to object. This gives an inspector more power than a police officer. It strips us of our rights as private property owners simply because we own an animal. Before closing, I'd like to discuss the addition within Section 2, an animal in distress, if adding in subject to cosmetic surgery as defined in Section 27 as an item that puts an animal in distress. This definition needs clarification around what subjected means. Does it mean during the procedures themselves being performed? Does it mean any animal who has ever had these procedures performed as defined in Section 27? These are many animals in this province. There are many animals in this province who are legally docked, dew claws removed, cropped, etc. And these animals should not be penalized for having done so when it was legally okay. Therefore, I feel clarification on this section needs to be done to define what subjected to encompasses. In terms of Section 27, subsection 1, the wording, no person shall perform or permit to be performed cosmetic surgery on an animal unless it's an acceptable activity under Section 28. I have great concern for the wording. We'll hurry up. For the wording, permit to be performed, what does the encompass? If I legally purchase a dog from the US, say, if it's docked or whatever, and I bring it to Nova Scotia, basically, is that permitting to be performed? Basically what Caitlin said prior to. And I have big concerns with that. Section, how much time do I have?
A minute.
A minute. Section 27, 2 outlines what this new bill is proposing as items that will fall under the label of cosmetic surgery. They include tail docking and dew claw removal, to name 2. Section 28B gives exemption to agricultural practices carried out in accordance with the National Farm Animal Care Council. The National Farm Care Council permits some of these procedures. Also, a judge within this province recently ruled in favor of a person docking tails on a litter of puppies on the basis of tail docking be a generally accepted practice of animal husbandry. Therefore, I must ask why are companion animals as a dog now proposed under this new bill to be treated differently. I have seen a situation where a friend's dog's dew claw rolled into its leg and had to have surgery and was laid up in a kennel for 6 months because it didn't heal properly as an adult. I will end by stating that I'm an animal lover and I only want what's best for my animals and everybody else's animals. It's extremely important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we can have a copy of your presentation, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Zahn.
Thank you, thank you very much, Ms. Baker, for the presentation. And I just have one question, which is, were you consulted? Did you have any consultation before this bill came up?
No. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jessom.
I'd just like it noted for the record that I believe that this presentation highlights a number of things that we should deliberate a little bit more over and consider. I also, for the benefit of the committee, and perhaps I would invite our presenters to respond to, it should be noted that Section 20-1 is explicitly the same in the previous piece of legislation as is found in the amended piece of legislation. And that, for clarification, refers to any inspector or peace officer being able to enter and inspect any premises, and it says explicitly here in subsection 1A, other than a private dwelling place. So it's my understanding that regardless, someone's still not allowed to come into your home in that situation. So it's just, I'm just making everybody aware of that, to highlight that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. No further. Thank you very much for your presentation. Nice
Thank
job.
you.
Appreciate it. Lendra Baker. Hope I got that first name right. Barker. Sorry. Gosh. My apologies.
Accepted.
So welcome.
Thank
10
you.
minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. The floor is yours.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. On behalf of the Canadian Kennel Club, thank you for the opportunity to present here today. My name is Lendra Barker, and I am the Canadian Kennel Club Director for Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador. Founded in 1888, the Canadian Kennel Club, or CKC, is a national member-based nonprofit organization incorporated under the Animal Pedigree Act of Canada, a federal statute under the auspices of the Minister of Agriculture. CKC provides registry services for 175 officially recognized breeds of purebred dogs, provides governance for all CKC-approved dog shows, dog trials, and canine events, and speaks out on major issues concerning dog ownership and health and welfare of dogs across Canada. The club includes almost 20,000 individual members and over 600 breed clubs nationally, and all CKC breeders are bound by the CKC Code of Practice for Member Breeders, which is attached to my presentation. I'm not going to read it. This includes guidelines related to food and nutrition, shelter and housing, sales practices, registration, and canine health. CKC member breeders must also adhere to the CKC Code of Ethics, again attached to my presentation, CKC bylaws and policies, and the requirements of the Animal Pedigree Act. The CKC is dedicated to encouraging, guiding, and advancing the interests of purebred dogs, their responsible owners and breeders in Canada, and promoting the knowledge and understanding of the benefits which dogs can bring to Canadian society. The Canadian Kennel Club supports the Ministry's efforts to strengthen animal protection legislation that serves to keep pets safe. As such, the CKC has worked with municipalities and provincial legislatures, recently in British Columbia, Ontario, and Quebec, in the area of responsible dog ownership and dog breeding to support the development of well-crafted, fair laws. CKC has a strong history of alliances with companion animal organizations, veterinary colleges, and associations, in addition to animal welfare groups, to build on mutual interests and shared goals. We have been a member of the National Companion Animal Coalition, or NCAC, since the coalition was formed in 1996, along with the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association, the Canadian Federation of Humane Societies, and the Pet Industry Joint Advisory Council of Canada. The NCAC serves to promote socially responsible pet ownership and enhance the health and well-being of companion animals through public education, expertise, and guidance to assist policymakers. The coalition was also involved in the adoption of ISO technology microchips as the Canadian standard for electronic identification of companion animals, and the establishment of a compliance process for manufacturers and distributors of microchips and readers. CKC has also worked closely with the Montreal SPCA on advocacy efforts when the City of Montreal faced breed-specific legislation, or BSL, in 2017. And we provided support for the Montreal SPCA during their legal challenge. The Canadian Kennel Club has also been in discussions with the BC SPCA and the BC government since 2016 concerning amendments to the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Amendment Act. CKC was also pleased to participate as a stakeholder in the BC government consultation process regarding standards of care for cat and dog breeders. The Canadian Kennel Club is currently working with the Canadian Medical Veterinary Association, or CVMA, to explore opportunities for collaboration and cross-promotion regarding the importation of dogs into Canada and related subjects such as canine flu. As is the case with many significant pieces of legislation, municipal and provincial governments hold consultations with key stakeholders in order to fairly represent the interests of organizations, groups, and individuals that the legislation will directly affect. CK first learned about the proposed amendment to the Animal Protection Act in Nova Scotia when they were introduced to the media and public on Thursday, September 13th, which was quickly followed by the second reading on September 14th. The proposed changes include a ban on cropping and docking procedures, along with increased powers for search and seizure. It is unfortunate that the Canadian Kennel Club, a recognized Canadian authority and advocate for the health and welfare of purebred dogs as well as all dogs, was not invited to participate in a consultation process, given that such changes would directly affect thousands of CKC members and their purebred dogs. On behalf of the Canadian Kennel Club and our members, I respectfully request that the Ministry reject the proposed amendments to the Animal Protection Act in favor of the legislation that is currently in place until such time as more stakeholders can be consulted in support of freedom of choice and the safety of purebred dogs. The presentation has several amendments. I wanted to speak as an individual as well. They wouldn't give me 2 spots, so I'm just going to, they said I could switch my hats in midstream. So the CKC—
You're 5 minutes in, you're perfect.
5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Basically, we weren't consulted. We're very upset about that as a national, well-recognized organization. I am now going to switch as a resident and speak as a resident of HRM. So again, Mr. Chairman, committee members, again, my name is Lendra Barker. I'm a lifelong resident of the HRM. I've owned dogs since 1979. I won't tell you how old I am, but that was a while ago. I currently share my home with my husband and 2 dogs. Our dogs are well-loved members of our family and an integral part of our day-to-day life. I'm a firm believer in laws that promote responsible ownership and penalize those who are cruel to animals. I do, however, have issues with some of the sections of the proposed amendments to Bill 27. I'm going to discuss a few, and hopefully I won't run out of time. The first one, in the new Act, in case I do run out of time, I want to comment to the comment that you made on the last speaker. Section 20.1, yes, it is the same, but originally it was under a title that said, if an animal is in distress, then the SPCA could go in. Now that title does no longer exist, just before I forget. Okay, first, in the new Act, the introduction of the word custodian in the proposed bill is Section 2, subsection F. Simply put, words matter. It matters whether we call ourselves dog owners or custodians, or any other term such as guardian, caretaker, steward, or keeper. This seemingly simple change in words seems innocent, but it can have huge ramifications. Owners have rights, custodians do not. If we buy into custodian, because what difference does it make, we are supporting our own demise and are in danger of losing the very ability to have and keep pets. Changing the word from owner to custodian, or any other term that does not convey the constitutionally protected rights of ownership. If we are custodians rather than owners, then ultimately it will be the government and not the individual who has the power to say who will care for the animal, make decisions regarding health, life and death, even when they are boarded. That is unacceptable. I feel the term custodian needs to be removed and the word owner returned. Number 2, the section formerly titled Prevention of Cruelty to Animals is now called Protecting the Welfare of Animals. Seemingly an innocent change. This changes the role of the SPCA and increases their power simply with the change of title. Formerly, the role of the SPCA was to investigate cruelty situations. Welfare is a far more encompassing role. And while it may seem out of the realm of possibility, this could stretch eventually to telling people what food to feed a dog, where to live, and so on. Remember, words do matter. I think we should maintain the current heading, Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Section 21.4 has been moved to Section 28B, and some words and phrases have been removed. In the current bill, Section 4, subsections 1 and 2 do not apply if the distress, pain, suffering, or injury results from an activity carried on in the practice of veterinary medicine or in accordance with reasonable and generally accepted practices of animal management, husbandry, or slaughter, or in an activity exempted by the regulation. In the proposed bill, now Section 28, it says, notwithstanding Section 27, which references cosmetic surgery, the following accepted activities regarding surgery or alterations to an animal do not contravene the Act. A, surgery performed by a veterinarian to treat an injury or disease of an animal, and B, agricultural practices carried out in accordance with the National Farm Animal Care Council Codes of Practice, or any code of practice prescribed by the regulation. My comment is, the bill cannot on one hand have reasonable and acceptable practice of animal management or husbandry in place for farm animals and not have the same for domestic animals. If docking is an acceptable practice for farm animals, then it reasons it must be for domestic animals as well, or vice versa. For this reason, I would like to see the wording in the current Act remain. How am I for time?
A minute.
Oh, goodness, okay. The big important issue, which I think you missed on the things are being the same, is the removal of the title, the heading that says when an animal is in distress. Prior to, I'm just going to paraphrase this, prior to the new Act, an officer of the SPCA would have to have reasonable assumption that an animal was in distress and needed help. That is now gone, and yes, some of the titles the sections are exactly the same, but they now have the power. They don't need to know if an animal's in distress or even have any idea or hint of that. They can just come on your property and check your animal out and decide afterwards if it's in distress. It's very important that that heading remain in place. I can go on further, like Cindy spoke about our rights under the Charter of Rights, Section 8. It seems reasonable that a citizen who owns an animal would have fewer rights, unreasonable that a citizen who owns an animal would have fewer rights than one who does not. We're going down the road of Big Brother. I mean, we're all in favor of people being charged if the animal is not taken care of, but we're giving too much power to a body that has no third party that looks over and see if they're doing things right. Thank you for allowing me to speak on both topics, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Mr. Johns.
You are here both as a dog owner, but also officially as one of the directors of the Canadian Kennel Club?
I'm the director for Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador.
Okay. And so I'm just curious, I'll let it out, I guess. I actually used to belong to the Junior Kennel Club of Nova Scotia when I was about 10. But that was a long time ago. How long has the Canadian Kennel Club actually been in the province of Nova Scotia?
Well, the Kennel Club had started in 1888. I'm not sure when the exact first dog show was here, but it would have been in the early 40s, I'm sure.
And so the club, as you stated, had absolutely no knowledge of this bill or had any opportunities to review any of the amendments or anything until you saw it on the news.
I'm also the president of the Dartmouth Kennel Club, and our club, that individual club, did not have any notice whatsoever. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Jessen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's certainly our intention to try and get this as best as we possibly can. And for the record, I made a mistake on the section that I referenced initially. And the title of the section in the previous bill is actually inspection of premises. And it is not Section 20 as I previously referenced. In fact, Section 18A, but consistently the clause here is the same. For the purpose of enforcing this act and regulations, an inspector of the peace may at all reasonable times, subject to the regulations, inspect any premises other than a private dwelling place which animals are kept. So the wording is the same, but I did want to note for the record that the section that I referenced was incorrect compared to the previous act. And I just at this point, I would like to make note, this concept of custodian keeps resurfacing. And I'm dealing with something in my office right now whereby a family member actually went and was able to sell another family member's dog. And it's creating a significant headache for my constituent. And I think that there's some very worthwhile consideration around this piece around custodian.
Thank you. Ms. Song.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Barker, for your presentation. So, from your perspective, then, would you like to see this bill put on pause while they can do more deep
Almost certainly.
consultations, or do you want to see it canned?
Well, there were parts in the old bill that some of us weren't fond of, but at least there was restriction on the party that's in charge of animal cruelty cases that they would have to have just cause.
Right.
And that is an important thing as a private citizen that stay in place. I mean, my dogs are probably home on the sofa watching CNN. So, I mean, not everybody is a bad person because they have purebred dogs.
Sure.
And we are a huge body, almost 20,000 people. We have close to 1,000 in this province. And we were not consulted.
Yeah.
We have spin-off people that have daycares, boarding facilities. It's a big economic boom to an area, like say an area like Sydney, when the dog show people move in for a weekend. People buy fuel, they rent, accommodations, they spend money while they're there. And
Truro, too. We have dog shows in Truro as well.
Truro is, there are people here from Cobequid.
Yeah.
They have 2 shows a year, 2 obedience trials, extra trials. It's a big money boom, and plus they rent buildings in the exhibition grounds.
Yeah.
So we give a lot back to the community, and we expect to at least be heard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barker. And I'm assuming your dogs aren't Trump fans if they're watching CNN.
My husband's not, and they do what he's doing when they're not home. And these are my
Lee
copies.
Steves. And we could get a copy of your presentation, I assume. Thank you. Ms. Steves, welcome. The floor is yours. 10 minutes for presentation and 5 for questions. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for listening to us today. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present the views and concerns of the Halifax Kennel Club. To give you a sense of HKC, we're among the oldest of Canada's kennel clubs. When Lendra referred to 1888, that was the Halifax Kennel Club. We argue with London, Ontario, and we know we're right in saying that we are the oldest. We have a diverse membership. It includes veterinarians, vet techs, dog trainers, daycare operators, and professionals throughout several Nova Scotia communities from the South Shore through Hants and Colchester counties. And we all have one common interest, and that's dogs. We have deep roots in our communities, and we volunteer in many areas. To give a sense of the breadth of our programs, it's Halifax Kennel Club that has fundraised and provided the service vest for HRM's canine police dogs. These are expensive, purpose-made vests unique to each animal. They're important equipment in the work lives of our service dogs, but they're not able to be funded by the municipality's budget. We've also fundraised and provide on an ongoing basis oxygen masks for pets that are carried on all HRM fire trucks. We're an integral part of the community. We offer public support in areas of responsible dog ownership and dog care through our shows and trials, and these shows contribute significantly to the Nova Scotia economy. Most recently, we had a show in Lance. We attracted several hundred international dogs with exhibitors and judges from across Canada, from Finland, from Texas through to Maine, our neighbor to the south, who are forced to watch CNN. We filled several hotels on a slow accommodation weekend. We rented a venue that would have gone unused without us. We contracted with a local scout troop for a weekend's assistance and paid them a significant amount of money. We hired vehicles. We had large groups eating in local restaurants. We took people sightseeing from throughout Nova Scotia, from beautiful Lunenburg to the Halifax Harbour and beyond. And other exhibitors noted to us that they would be here touring the province for more than a week. This was only one show weekend. And building on our balance sheet, which we're working on now, it's estimated that at a minimum, close to $100,000 was realized by Nova Scotians in economic spin-offs. That's one weekend. Other shows throughout the province offered a scaled-down version of our show, and their financial picture in areas like Lunenburg, like Kentville, like Sydney, is commensurate. When you look at the articles of the Halifax Kennel Club bylaws, our second object is to advance in every possible way the welfare of the purebred dog. Animal welfare is our top priority as an organization. We live with our dogs. We own them because we choose to include them in our homes and in our daily lives. We're not their custodians. We take responsibility for their care, and we work in partnership with our veterinarians to ensure that they live long and healthy lives. We applaud the wording in the amendment surrounding animal fighting. Thank you for recognizing that this is an anachronism in our society and for making its eradication a priority. The changes to the Act are numerous, and they range from housekeeping improvements to substantive issues. Perhaps the most alarming of the proposals is the change in focus of the Act. It has moved from a causal act, one in which there requires a reason to intervene and provides a clear definition of the reasons that would require intervention, to one that is totally open and totally subjective. Gone is the basic tenet of the Act, that an animal must be found to be in distress for a protective action to ensue. With this amendment, a special constable, a person with no formal training as a police officer, is able to access a property without the owner's invitation and without the owner even being in residence, enter any premises other than the personal dwelling by force, and seize the animals. This can be done, and I'm quoting from the amendment, at any reasonable hour of the day or night. We cannot imagine any other business in the province that would be liable for this level of action from a quasi-governmental organization, and we feel strongly that it is both unnecessary and dangerous for both the officer and the animals. It's important to remember that for the position of Chief Inspector of the SPCA, the qualifications under the Act, Nova Scotia Regulations 17-2010, read as follows, and this is for the Chief Inspector: high school or equivalent, a valid driver's license, experience in handling and training animals, and the necessary investigatory skills and knowledge to act as a Chief Inspector. The officers working under this individual will, in all probability, be required to have less qualifications. But it's to those individuals that this Act would give the right to enter without cause the property of Nova Scotia citizens, forcefully break into a kennel building or to a barn, and come face-to-face with an alarmed group of dogs who could then be seized because they react. As individuals committed to the welfare of our dogs, we support and applaud the government's interest in furthering animal welfare, but we cannot support this invasion of our privacy without cause. Section 20 is of the utmost concern to the dog clubs throughout Nova Scotia, and it's not supported. Section 21.4 of the original Act stipulated, in accordance with reasonable and generally accepted practices of animal management and husbandry, thus giving the basis on which the Act is written. Without that clause, the Act becomes almost completely subjective, and it's completely open to individual interpretation. This does not form the basis for good governance. It doesn't form a basis for protection of our citizens or for our animals. Without this clause, there's no definition of distress, and there's no guideline for anyone to follow in determining the status of an action. Other areas of note include the lack of reference to the Livestock Pedigree Act of the federal government. Purebred dogs fall under this Act of Parliament and were governed accordingly. This legislation ensures that dogs, as well as purebred cattle, horses, llamas, rabbits, it goes on and on, are managed properly, are traceable, registerable, and are among the most regulated and admired animals in the world. Falling from this Act, we subscribe to codes of practice and conduct, and the owners and breeders of purebred animals are not considered different from large animal. For Nova Scotia to attempt a differentiation that the federal government does not seems antithetical at best. We're already well governed. In addition, at the municipal level, there are animal control guidelines and controls. A heavy-handed approach to dog ownership by the province appears to be both out of step and unnecessary. Two other areas of the amendment should be addressed. The new section 30.7 noting that even when an animal is not in distress, if the officer believes abuse may have occurred, the animal may be seized. And finally, 36.8, where it is sufficient for a panel of one member of the appeal board to be present to exercise the board's function. The appeal board is not a regular court. There is no judge. There is no one trained. The members of this board are likely to have a widely diverse background, which may not prepare them whatsoever for the cases that they're hearing. To leave it to one person to rule on the return of a person's pet is an inadequate process. Finally, I leave you with the understanding that many dog breeders have now read this amendment, and they've expressed the view that it may be time to leave the world of dogs. That's not a good situation for Nova Scotia. These are good people, the members of clubs, the volunteers, the people who are generating the revenues to which I referred earlier. They're discouraged by their province bringing forward such a threatening act. And they know that they're far more visible, they're far more open, and they're more honest than the people probably that the act is targeting. These people are interested in the animal's welfare. Think about our purebred dogs for just a moment. We're a varied group, as you're hearing today. There are roughly 185 breeds registered in Canada, and there are about 400 registrable in the world. Among them is the Nova Scotia Duck-Tolling Retriever. It's a wonderful ambassador for Canada, as is the Bluenose. We're very proud of our sailing ship. We're proud of her legacy. We're proud of our provincial dog. Only one other province in the country has a province's name attached, and only a handful of breeds are Indigenous to Canada. Nova Scotia is known internationally in dog circles, largely because of the Toller. We're a small island. We're in a large country. We have a small population. But it doesn't matter whether I'm judging in Colombia, whether I'm in Australia, whether I'm in Sweden, or whether I'm in the United States. People come to me and say, we know where you're from. You're the home of the Nova Scotia Duck-Tolling Retriever. We've looked it up. It's a beautiful area. Don't put our purebred dog community in jeopardy. Consider before bringing forward dog-related legislation, including on your advisory panels, the people with the longest history of dogs in the province and the deepest roots in dog management and care. We'd be happy to assist in the formulation of sound policy and to be able to support the government in its efforts in this regard.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Zahn?
Thank you, Ms. Steeves. I wanted to just say, so obviously from your presentation, you have not been consulted either, so you must have been extremely surprised to hear that this was coming forward and nobody had even approached you.
Quite taken aback.
Yeah. So you would like to see a pause put on this while you are consulted properly before it goes forward, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
No further questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll get a copy of that also, please. Thank you. Christine Remy. Christine, welcome.
Thank you.
10 minutes and 5. You've probably heard the drill. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you and the members of the Law Amendment Committee for taking the time to let me, stakeholder, express my concerns for Bill 27, the Animal Protection Act. My name is Christine Remy, and I own 3 Springer Spaniels, Cruz, Sky, and Sam, who I am devoted to. I am a member of the Canadian Kennel Club. I'm also a member of the English Springer Spaniel Club of Canada, where I'm currently the Vice President. I am a member of the Glooskap Kennel Club, where I'm the Treasurer, and I'm a member of the Sports Detection Dog Association, the Agility Association of Canada, excuse me, and my dogs are certified with the St. John's Ambulance as a special needs therapy dogs. We are very active, including obedience, carting, agility, conformation, and rally. I've competed with my dogs across Canada and the US going as far as Texas and St. Louis to compete in events. I have some of the top springers around. I take great care when it comes to my dogs and making decisions with their best interest in mind. On occasion, I do have litters. When I do have those litters, I consult with my local vet to make sure that my female is healthy and that I'm selecting the best stud for her, that will allow me to continue to improve the English Springer Spaniel as a breed. The litters, as a general rule, are usually pre-sold before they're even born. I also volunteer with the local SPCA, and I have to say that they do a great job in our local community. Thank you very much for that. I would also like to say that I believe strongly that animals should be protected under the law. There are components, though, to the amendment that I do believe are necessary. Section 2H, an animal is in distress if the animal is subject by any person to being trained for or engaged in animal fighting. No farm animal or companion animal should be exposed to fighting or forced to fight. Anyone that allows fighting to take place should be punished to the full extent of the law. Unfortunately, there are several things within Bill 27 that will impact small business, local communities, and purebred dog lovers. Things that will impact their charter of rights and freedom by preventing us from protecting our companions from future trauma. The Amendment 27(1), no person shall perform or permit to perform cosmetic surgery on an animal unless it is acceptable action under Section 28. It should be my choice, it should be my right to choose it should be my right to choose under the Charter of Rights and Freedom to leave Nova Scotia and have a surgery performed if I believe it is best interests of my dog. I believe preventing me from leaving the province to have a veterinarian perform such a surgery, which is acceptable in other provinces or states, will negatively impact small reputable kennels owners that sell their puppies nationally and internationally. I also believe that reputable and experienced breeders that are trained in the act of husbandry procedures should be allowed to perform these procedures. In this competitive environment where we are all competing for a dollar, it is a fact that this bill will negatively impact kennels across Nova Scotia and thus impacting our local economy. If we can prevent dogs from pain for months and suffering as an adult with a simple procedure that is performed at 2 and 3 days of age without anesthesia being used, why wouldn't we do it? When carried out properly or correctly, the procedure causes only monetary discomfort as the puppy does not have a fully developed nervous system. When the puppy is back and is placed back with its litter mates, it quickly either falls asleep or it starts feeding again. No one should be punished for being trained or wanting to continue this husbandry practice or for leaving the province and have the procedure performed by a veterinarian in another area. All owners of animals, whether farm animals or companion animals, should be treated equally under the law. I had a litter of puppies 7 years ago where due cause were left. That was my decision. It was a litter of 4. One of those puppies, her name was Sasha Rose, who was a bundle of joy, lots of energy, loved to play, got her dew claw caught, her rear dew claw. And it was trimmed regularly. I mean, these people were meticulous about this dog. It got caught and it got ripped and it required surgery. No big deal, you think. Well, 3 months and 2 surgeries later, it took to finally heal that dew claw. This dog spent 3 months confined to a room in a house, unable to run, unable to play, what I would consider jail for a dog, as they try to get it to heal. Sasha Rose's family spent over $1,000 on something that could have been prevented. The process to remove a dew claw on a day-old puppy takes seconds to perform. If you have a choice, which would you pick? Seconds of discomfort or 3 months of confinement and pain? As a dog owner, I would never want to see my dog in pain. I also would like to briefly talk about what I call the silent public. In any debate, discussion is often led by those extremely dedicated to one side or the other. In this case, the value of docking and dew claw removal versus the need to ban the practice. We often don't hear from what I call the silent public, the voting public, the ones that love a specific breed of dog and for that dog to conform to a specific set of standards, health standards, and personality standards. If the silent public are unable to secure their breed of choice with those standards, they will go elsewhere to find them. In the UK, for example, docking bans have caused entire breeds to disappear or significantly diminish because silent public are no longer interested in purchasing dogs that no longer conform to a standard that would prevent injury in the future. An amendment was made in the UK allowing veterinarians to dock service dogs only proves that prohibiting the docking of certain breeds is not in the best interest of those particular breeds. This is limited to working dogs, but let's not make the mistake they did. I have an example. It may not be scientific, but it is realistic to what we are facing as Nova Scotians who love a breed of dog that is a docked breed. In 2018, I received communications from 83 families from around the Maritime provinces interested in purchasing one of my puppies. When asked, 80 families said they were interested in a puppy if the tail was docked. 3 families were okay with a tail. That is 96% of those families, the silent public, that wanted a dog with a docked tail. Those people are educated, doctors, lawyers, teachers, healthcare workers. Even after explaining the law, when asked if they had no choice, they were going to get a tail, most said they would consider going elsewhere to acquire a docked puppy. Now, I only have litters on occasion. My last litter was 18 months ago, so I can't fill the demand and often send my pet people to Ontario, Maine, Vermont, where the practice is still considered.
2 minutes.
By allowing the amendment of Bill 27, Animal Protection Act 27-2, no person shall perform or permit to perform cosmetic surgery on an animal unless it is accepted activity under Section 28. It becomes law. We are telling small business, we don't care about you and your beloved breeds. We don't care that you will no longer be able to sell your purebred dogs, that your clients will go elsewhere and you will be without an income that is likely spent locally. I report my income with Revenue Canada. I pay taxes just like everybody else in this room. By allowing this bill to become law, you are not protecting the minority. The animal rights extremists will be thrilled, one less breed of dog. We are not the enemy. I would like to see Section 26(4) in the original law remain, general accepted practice of animal husbandry. One should not be punished for being trained or wanting to continue these practices, let alone be chastised for owning a breed of dog that is docked or has its dew claws removed. I am also deeply concerned with the amendment in the law that removes the word owner through the legislation and replaces it with custodian. The custodian means Section 2-1F, an owner of a dog, and I'm not going to go through it because I'm down to 40 seconds. The impact is also in 20-1, 20-2, 20-8. If my companion animal is stolen, the thief who has taken it has more rights than I do under the law versus the law as I'm the owner. If my dog is in a boarding kennel and they find the kennel doesn't have adequate ventilation because the air conditioner broke, the kennel owner should not have the same rights as I. I should be contacted as the owner of the dog, not reference the custodian. As an owner, I have rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedom. Let us continue our small business. Let us continue to serve our community and support our community. Let us continue to work with our vets and perform husbandry practice if we choose. Let us continue to breed our beloved dogs and maintain the beauty in the future. Thank you very much, and I'll open the floor to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Remy. Mr. Jessup.
Sorry I was over.
That's okay.
Let's go.
It was only 30 seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Remy. I do appreciate you. We appreciate your time and consideration here today. I'd just like, for the benefit of the committee, Ms. Remy handed me a sheet of paper before she began her presentation, and I would offer you an opportunity to clarify.
Oh, sorry, that was from Aaron LeBlanc in the back.
Oh, my fault. So I would clarify then, the references to the, a separate subsection here. The old section would be 23.8. And that, I guess the indication is that losing the headline, if animal was under distress, the opinion here is that there's no longer need for just cause to come onto private property.
Thank you.
just
Maybe that's something that you could table with the rest of the committee.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Ms. Song.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and it's clear you care passionately about the animals. So again, you would like to seek more consultation before this bill goes forward, correct?
Yes, I mean, the English Burger Spaniel Canada was not informed of this particular bill that was put forth. The Glooscap Kennel Club, which I'm the treasurer of, I talked to the president this morning. She was not aware that there was an issue. And I actually have a letter from the club here that I'd like to submit to the board. So no, we believe that there should be additional consultation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Remy?
I'd like to, if I could, submit some letters that I received over the last 2 days. One is from the Glooscap Kennel Club and their members. Reference, they weren't able to attend today. Grace Harvey, who's just a pet owner, voicing her concerns. Jordan, who's a small business owner, actually, I think you're going to see him next week. He rows the Pharmasave down the valley. He's a little concerned, so he's put a letter together, and I've got a few other here from people, so if I could submit those, that would be wonderful.
Thank you very much. Just leave those, and we'll have those distributed around to the rest of the committee.
Thank
Appreciate it. Christine Hertz? Hertz? Hertz, I'm sorry. I always get the last names wrong. My apologies. Yeah, I do. I know.
It's a shortfall.
I'm sorry. Christine, the floor is yours.
Thank you so
10 and
much.
5. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I promise I will be under 10 minutes. Many of my colleagues have already covered many of the points that I have to bring forward today, so I will skip over them as quickly as I can. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Christine Hartz. I have owned, shown, and bred Pomeranians most of my life since 1970. My husband, John, and I also run a boarding and grooming business in Brookfield. We have been in operation for over 40 years and are an HST registered business. We show our dogs extensively in Canada and the US and also internationally. I am also a dog show representative for the Canadian Kennel Club. I would like to thank you for your time and patience in hearing some of my concerns as they relate to Bill 27, specifically because we have a boarding and grooming business and you've not heard from this side of the fence before. My personal concern relates to the proposed changes of the Animal Protection Act, Bill 27, specifically concerning the powers and conduct of the SPCA. As a generality, it would be far more fair and effective to register legitimate kennels and breeders with the province and have them inspected in a fair and collaborative manner. That being said, I'm concerned that purebred dog breeders are being vilified by this legislation when it doesn't seem that purebred dogs are the issue, based on the range of dogs available on the SPCA website. Personally, we sell companion puppies. Not only do we screen prospective owners to ensure they're suitable and ready to make a lifetime commitment to the dog, we make a point of telling people that if they cannot keep the dog, for whatever reason, to contact us if need be. We will take the dog back and rehome it responsibly. We do not want our dogs ending up in a shelter. I do not believe that any of my dogs over the past 40 years have ever been surrendered to a shelter. And I know of several other breeders who have similar or the same arrangement as we do. My first point of concern is the SPCA's right of entry. We've already discussed this, so I'm not going to go into too much because we've already cited the. I therefore Therefore, they could require me to produce an animal from inside my home if they were dissatisfied with my level of care. That is one of the points in 32B. An animal in critical distress, the veterinarian or peace officer may euthanize the animal or cause the animal to be euthanized. I believe that the premise of the SPCA is the protection of animals first and foremost. But there are people who wanted to speak here today that are so afraid of being singled out by the SPCA and unfairly harassed that they would not. This is not a world I want to live in, and it makes no sense, but is this what we can expect going forward? If I am a woman alone in my home with my dogs, is this now happening with the blessing of legislators who would protect me? Where are my rights? This is a charter issue, and this is Canada. My second point is defining a kennel and inspection. I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with my kennel being inspected when a license is applied for or required. And I have stated previously I would be happy to comply with a predetermined appointment for said inspection. As I've already mentioned, it just makes sense to register kennels and have them inspected in a fair and collaborative manner. Section 19B and D speak to the inspection of kennels, retail stores, dog shows, and the like, and speaks to the authority to promote humane treatment. This is an excellent opportunity for the SPCA, kennel clubs, and breeders to work together to educate and promote. However, the SPCA needs to do its part. Perpetuating an idea that breeders are bad actors has to stop if they seek collaboration from breeders and kennel owners. My third point is guidelines for officers. Someone has already touched on this. My concern is the quality. There is no mention of appropriately trained personnel, just that they are to be appointed. And that they have the ultimate power to remove my dog from my home when they deem it is in distress. What is to stop a person who has been turned down by the police force from becoming an SPCA officer because it means they can strong-arm their way into people's homes day or night and terrorize them without probable cause? I feel the emphasis in Bill 27 seems to be on the ability of the SPCA to use whatever force they deem necessary, when the need is to be concerned with saving truly desperate cases of abuse and poor care in our dog population. Please save the dogs that are tied up 24/7 to a doghouse day after day, year after year. Save the dogs that are bred in unbearably filthy conditions, and not by harassing our truly serious professional dog breeders and pet owners. In summation, I would ask that the committee send this legislation back for further consultation with the range of stakeholders involved and impacted by this legislation. Furthermore, this proposal, like a recent proposal bylaw in the municipality of Colchester, appears to have been rushed through. Surely our legislators want to craft useful, thoughtful legislation, and while this act has many good points, it did not receive adequate stakeholder input or scrutiny. To use the SPCA's own tagline on their website, let's work together to raise the bar on animal welfare in Nova Scotia. Thank you for your time and consideration and allowing me to present my perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Hart.
Thank you.
Mr. McGuire.
Presentation today, and I just have two quick questions. In your opinion, what is the purpose of docking?
What is the purpose of docking?
Yeah.
I haven't done a presentation on docking, sorry.
All right. And have you ever been terrorized by the SPCA?
I have not, but there is a member with our group who has been. The SPCA came onto her property, no cause, terrified her. She was alone.
And
They had no probable cause.
Did that
They
end up in
went
the
through
court
her
system?
house and her kennel.
And that ended up in the court system, I take it?
That did not. She didn't know what to do. So it's not that it happened somewhere else. It happened in Nova Scotia, in Halifax County.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I did appreciate the point that breeders, if you're having trouble with the dog, or that none have ended up in the SPCA, have not ended up in a shelter. I'm a breed owner. I have an Entlebucher Mountain Dog, and I love her dearly. And I know that my agreement with that breeder was, should I have problems or unable to continue to care for it, that she would go back to the breeder. I love her dearly, so she doesn't go back. But I appreciate that part of the presentation. But I'm going to ask the other question that, are you aware of anyone that has been consulted during this process, or had you heard about it before Wednesday when this was introduced in the House?
No, I am not aware of anyone being consulted.
Thank you.
Ms. Lones-Croft?
Go ahead, don't be shy.
I'm just wondering how, without allowing an inspector to come on private property, how would they find the unacceptable? I mean, if you call 24 hours and say you're coming to inspect, we know you can put on a good show. So how would an inspector be able to go in and do an inspection impromptu?
We have a boarding kennel, and so our facility would be available to any one of you who wanted to leave your dog with us. Our kennel is open to inspection at any time, but that does not mean someone can strong-arm their way into the place, or if no one's home, can go on the property and do an inspection. With the AKC inspects all kennels, and they give their members a 24-hour notice to make sure they're home. So does the guy who delivers your refrigerator. If he arrived on your doorstep and just left the refrigerator there because you weren't home, you'd be stuck with the refrigerator on your front porch.
Yes, this is different. These are live animals. So I'm just curious, how would...
If I apply for a kennel license, I am then open to inspection. They would call and say, we will be out on Wednesday, so I would make sure that...
So do you think kennel owners then should all be licensed?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes,
so maybe
course.
that's a differentiation.
Absolutely.
That should be made, rather than, okay.
It's the strong-arming aspect of this. It's not the inspection. I don't think any of us are against you coming onto the property and inspecting the facilities to make sure the crates are the right size, to make sure the facilities are clean, the kennel management itself. But we're not. I don't think anyone on the panel is saying you can't come on my property. I'm saying you can't come on my property without permission.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hart. And next is Virginia McClellan. Welcome, Virginia. So make yourself comfortable. 10 and 5, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to the chair and members of the Law Amendment Committee. My name is Virginia McClellan, and I have come to speak on the Animal Protection Act. I own and operate a business in Truro. At one point in my employment history, I had the privilege and honor to work as a constituency assistant for a great MLA. So I know from that experience that you MLAs work very hard and have many demands on your time. I appreciate having this opportunity to speak with you today. Before I get into discussing Bill 27, I would like to tell you a bit about myself and why I have strong views that this bill has some serious faults. I own a successful dog grooming business in Truro. One of the reasons it is successful is that my clients trust me to treat their beloved pets with compassion, respect, and kindness, which I do regardless of size or shape. In my private life, I've been involved in the purebred dog world for over 40 years. I've shown my dogs in Canada, the U.S. I'm a member of the Canadian Kennel Club and also a member of the Cub Quid Dog Club of Truro. So now you know a bit about me, and you can see that I have experience, knowledge, and a lifetime commitment to the welfare of dogs. As I mentioned above, I think this Animal Protection Act has serious faults. The Act does have some good points that do protect and prevent cruelty, but I think the bad parts outweigh the good. The first point I would like to make against this bill is the complete lack of transparency in creating this Act. When Minister Caldwell announced the bill, he said, quote, "These amendments are supported by the Minister's Forum on Animal Welfare," which included animal welfare advocates, enforcement officials, and other stakeholders, end of quote. Well, I did some research, and I could not find any information on the forum of animal welfare that Mr. Caldwell speaks about. I asked people in the many dog communities across Nova Scotia that I know of and could not find one person who knew a thing about it. My first question is, who are these people on the Ministers' Forum on Animal Welfare? What are their backgrounds, experience, and agendas to work on this act? My second question is, why were a very significant number of stakeholders not consulted in crafting this Animal Protection Act? I think this is a very important bill that is long and complex and deserves to have more discussion and review in order for it to best prevent and resolve animal welfare issues. Overall, I find this act vague, unclear, and at times terrifying. It makes me feel like I am a second-class citizen because I have dogs. It seems that my constitutional rights as a citizen could be violated by an inspector following this act. For example, in Animal Welfare Inspection Section 20, 1 and 2, there have been changes from the current act. For the purpose of ensuring compliance with this act, the regulations or any order or directions made under the act or regulation, an inspector or peace officer may, A, at any reasonable hour of the day or night, enter and inspect any premises other than a private dwelling place. B, conduct any test. C, seize any animal or carcass to conduct test. D, seize any animal in accordance with this act. Take samples, and F, take any action considered necessary or advisable by the inspector or peace officer. Then number 2, an inspector or peace officer may require any person in a private dwelling to produce any animal on the premises, including from within the private dwelling place, for examination. And once the animal is produced, examine the animal to determine whether this act is being complied with. The change in this section is that in the current act, this section was listed under the heading, when an animal is found in distress. Now, in this new act, this section is listed under animal welfare inspections. It is not clear to me that the inspectors have to have any reason to do any of these things. There's nothing about animals in distress or reasons to do this. The second concern of mine is also found in Section 20, number 8. This is a new part of the Act. An inspector or peace officer and every person lawfully accompanying an inspector or peace officer may, while carrying out the duties under this Act, enter on or pass over any land or water, whether enclosed or not, without being liable for trespass and without the owner of the property having the right to object. So, under Section 20, an inspector has the power to seize your dog and also trespass. As a result, I believe this act gives too much power to the SPCA inspectors. It seems to me they have more power than the police. Based on some of the stories I've heard about SPCA inspectors in the past, I would rather deal with the RCMP at my door, because at least I would know that the officer would be knowledgeable about my rights and the law and treat me with respect. This overreaching power of inspectors can make dog owners who have done nothing feel frightened and powerless when faced with dealing with a surprise visit from an inspector on their front deck or even inside their home. I spoke with one person who really echoed a feeling a lot of us have in the purebred dog world, is we feel like we're living in a police state. We're scared because we always have to watch over our shoulders, even though we have done nothing wrong. Over the years, I've heard many stories of abuse of power by the SPCA inspectors against people who have done nothing wrong according to the Act. I want to assure you that I am not against the SPCA. They do some great work and have an important role to play in our society. Minister Caldwell said in referring to this act, quote, Nova Scotians can have confidence that our animal protection is among the best in the country. I disagree. This act will continue to divide a wedge between all stakeholders in this province by creating confusion, mistrust, and fear. What we must do to be leaders in this country on the animal protection issue is for all stake owners to work together to be inclusive of all groups, not just selective groups. We must find a way to work together and focus on our common goals by respecting our differences and viewpoints. This won't be easy or quick, but I think it will be worth it. In closing, I think this act needs more work in order to truly protect our pets and the people that love them. If the committee has any questions or clarifications, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McClellan. And if we could have a copy again of your presentation, be appreciated. Ms. Zahn.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. So again, just to wrap up, you would like to see this go back to the department and go back out for further consultation with all of the stakeholders, not just some of them?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Natasha Vaughn. Welcome, Natasha.
Hey, how are you?
Thank you for coming. So you have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 for questions.
Okay.
Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Sure. My name is Natasha, obviously. I'm from the Annapolis Valley, the Kemptville area. I have had dogs my entire life. I have a small farm, so I'm very familiar with large animal, small animal. I've been devoted to animals my entire life. I have owned a dog grooming business for the past 9 years, and I just recently graduated from a vet technician's program, an accredited vet technician's program here in the HRM area last year. So therefore, I do have extensive knowledge of the industry, and so therefore, my opinion on this bill, the current state of it, there are some aspects that are good, but I also believe there are some that need changes, as it will affect myself, my business, other people's businesses, livelihood, their own animals, etc. The first area of this amendment that brings great concern to me is under section 26, subsection 5D. The inspector determines that the distress is of a nature or has surrounding circumstances requiring immediate seizure to alleviate suffering or to preserve life. The concern I have in regards to this is the lack of education and qualifications that seem to be required of SPCA inspectors. I did a little research. As a vet tech, in order to actually give an opinion of an animal fully in distress, you should have some type of medical background or as well behavioral background to determine if the signs that that animal is showing are true signs of distress. In my research, I have found that the only requirement of SPCA bylaw officers to become an inspector is to have bylaw courses. Therefore, they need no background in behavior, medical background to determine if that animal's in distress or simply just cause. Therefore, I believe if we are going to go forth with this bill, bylaw inspectors should take into consideration when hiring inspectors, someone that has a vet technician's course, a vet assistant's course, or like worked in a vet clinic that knows animals in critical condition and can make these decisions as to really know what is going on with the animal. You can't just be someone that has bylaw courses, I guess. Anyways, I also believe that the biggest issue that's going to arise from lack of education and with this amendment is there's no board currently governing the SPCA. So say the enforcement officer decides to just barge into your home, there's no governing board like the RCMP that is for complaints, disciplinary action, etc. And therefore, that is one thing that needs to happen. I do have some reference material here showing a job description of a bylaw enforcement officer for the Truro area currently and what education they require. The second concern I have is, as a business owner, in section 20, subsection 1 of the Act, this states that an enforcement officer at any reasonable hour of the day or night can enter my place of business and inspect clients' animals. If decided, they have the right to seize my clients' pets without warrant and conduct any test or samples they feel necessary. As a business owner, this has me concerned, as under this act, an animal caregiver, I would be the custodian to this said animal. Under the act, it states, A custodian is an owner of the animal, a parent of a minor who is an animal owner, a person who has possession of the animal, a person who has been given custody, care of, management of, or control over the animal. A person who had possession of the animal, custody, care of, management, or control over the animal immediately before the animal was seized and taken into custody or abandoned. Any person who has at law has responsibility for the animal. This gives me the impression that as a business owner, could be held accountable for the neglect of a said animal, say a daycare, even if it was just temporarily in my care that when it was seized. As a business owner in a small community, being held accountable for another person's negligence could be detrimental to both my reputation, both as a business owner and myself as a professional in the community. This would affect my ability to earn a living, my freedom for being wrongly accused, especially, word of mouth. It's a big thing nowadays, social media, especially if the assessment of the said animal in distress is by an enforcement officer that does not have the proper education and background to make the appropriate decisions on what classifies an animal in distress. My third area of concern, I personally would like to elaborate on Section 27, subsection 7, or subsection F, dew claw removal. As a groomer and working as a veterinary technician, I have seen on numerous occasions pets getting dew claws ripped off through play, sport, nicked while being groomed. If dew claws are small enough that they're almost like a skin tag and have no nail base, it makes it very easy for them to be nicked, severed. Lastly, the dreaded ingrown dew claw, which that's any dog with a dew claw generally happens. Ingrown dew claws become easily infected. The main issue with ingrown dew claws or ripped dew claws is that they are difficult to heal, depending on the extent of the trauma. Skin on limbs in the vicinity of the dew claws is tight and it sees a lot of movement. So depending on, or therefore causing the wounds to constantly be reopened, and it takes, as someone else stated, months and months of confinement and to get those healed. It depends on the dog, obviously, and it prolongs the healing. As a groomer, this has been a main concern over the years, as most owners are not aware of the implications and detrimental effects neglected dew claws can cause. I am a firm believer that veterinarians should be able to remove dew claws either as neonates or when the dog has its routine spay-neuter surgery. As of right now, veterinarians under NSVMA are not permitted to remove dew claws unless due to injury, which then causes more distress on these animals as adults having to have an extra surgery than it would have if the dog was a neonate having this preventative surgery at like a day or two old, or during an already routine spay neuter where the animal will already be confined, laid up or confined for 7 to 14 days to heal, as opposed to unnecessary surgery when they're an adult for a torn dew claw or reoccurring ingrown dew claws that become infected. If this procedure would be permitted as a preventative for these injuries due to the dew claws by veterinarians, it would help stop any potential issues from arising for these dogs as active adult dogs. I have it here, pictures of some of my clients' dogs that have been ingrown toenails, and you can see the different ways that they can grow and cause issues for these dogs. It's not pretty, very uncomfortable. In closing, as a passionate and compassionate animal lover that wants nothing but the best for all animals in this province, I do believe there are some areas of this bill that do need to be taken into reconsideration. If this bill were to go through as is, there should be some restructuring within the SPCA in order to make some of these amendments work to ensure boundaries are not overstepped and to be fair for both pet owners, ethical breeders, business owners, and to enable rescue groups to operate more efficiently to keep animals out of harm's way. The addition of a governing body like that of the RCMP for complaints and disciplinary action would help keep the balance. Changing the qualification requirements of an SPCA officer is a definite must. When it comes to an animal's welfare and making the decision if an animal's sick, injured, and that's an owner's pet, that's the reputation of an owner on top of things, I really think you need an educated person like a veterinarian, vet tech, vet assistant. I can't elaborate on that enough. By requiring enforcement to have a medical and behavioral background, I believe this would help make the decisions for the animals more efficient, and like I say, it would help affect the lives of everyone all around us. Again, I'd like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to voice my concerns and opinions, and I do truly hope that you take into consideration what I have brought forth here today, and perhaps just put Bill 27 on hold a little longer. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Zahn.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for bringing up the dew claw again. I have 2 Shih Tzus. I've had Shih Tzus
And they're really
several
bad.
times.
They
are.
curl.
Yeah, and I did have one that had an ingrown one. It was extremely difficult to look after, so I know exactly what you're talking about. And again, so you feel you were not consulted and that you would like to see
No, I
this?
found it when everyone else did, and I was like even in even the vets that I consult with or any vet tech friends didn't really even know about it.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't put out to the public until bam.
Right.
So
you'd like to have further consultation before this goes forward?
Like I say, I've been in the dog community my entire life, and I do help fundraise for a lot of the local rescues.
Right.
And have given a lot of money and help out at a lot of events. And I would really like to see everybody come together, not be at each other's throats. Like
Right.
That's just
Everybody at the table.
basically, like, let's have dinner, let's discuss.
Don't know if that really happens, but we could at
great.
least discuss, right? Thank you so much. I
No
appreciate
problem.
it.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. So we get copies of your notes that you have there. Appreciate it. Bonnie Richards. Bonnie Richards? She's absent? Okay, thank you. Kelly Marcoux? How'd I do with the last name? Thank you. There you go, Monsieur D'Entremont.
I was watching for that, too.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank
The
you.
floor is yours. This puts us a little bit ahead of schedule, which is never a bad thing, as long as other people are here. So go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister Colwell and committee members, my name is Kelly Marcoux, and I'm a retired animal health technologist. I have a career that spanned 35 years in the animal care field, working in clinical practice, agriculture, and veterinary industry and pharmaceutical sales. I've served on accreditation committees for the CVMA and the Canadian Council on Animal Care following my graduation from NSAC, back in the days when it was NSAC. I have been a strong supporter of veterinarians and their healthcare teams and worked closely with Atlantic Canadian veterinarians for the 16 years I was in sales prior to my retirement. I grew up with animals, horses, dogs, cats, goats, rabbits. I've worked on dairy, swine, poultry, beef, and sheep operations. I have a diverse and rich career working with animals and people just like me who love and care for them. I'm a well-educated, intelligent, articulate, kind, and caring person. The humane treatment of animals is foremost in my mind. From that standpoint, we share a common thread. I'm just like all of you in this room today. I own a breed of dog I'm passionate about. I love my dogs deeply. According to Bill 27, Section 1F, we are now custodians of our animals. We are not custodians. We are not pet parents. They are not our fur babies. We are their owners. They are our partners. They are our family. I'm a hobby breeder, one who has yet to put a litter on the ground because I've spent years choosing just the right parentage for my puppies. When I made the decision to speak today to Bill 27, I carefully planned a presentation to defend the rights of breeders to choose what is best for their puppies. That was specifically targeted at the removal of tails and dew claws. I will always defend that right. But when a group of us met to discuss our concerns about this bill and the implications of it, I changed that plan. Although I feel it is our right to choose to dock our puppies' tails or remove their dew claws to protect them from injuries in their lives, I feel even more urgently the need to defend our rights as human beings. I thought I lived in Canada. I thought this was a democratic society that embraces diversity and allows us to live within our rights and freedoms. I thought we were living in a society where we had the right to be free from harassment, bullying, and intimidation. I'm reconsidering this. Last night, I met many like-minded breeder colleagues for the very first time. I'm a bit of an unknown in the dog fancy community. I believe in carefully selecting potential breeding animals, doing genetic testing, health clearances, letting that dog grow up before ever entertaining breeding. I care deeply about selecting owners who will give only the best homes to my puppies. I believe that in breeding a dog, her puppies are your commitment for life, and if, despite your best efforts, one of those puppies finds itself in a situation where it comes back to you through no fault of its own, I am the one that is best suited to find a home for that puppy, and they're always safe with me. Breeding is a huge commitment. It's not for the faint of heart. It's sometimes heartbreaking and exhausting work, but in that room last night, I saw people who had the very same commitment and desire for their own breeds. They are kind, caring, committed people. Yet these appear to be the very people being targeted by Bill 27. I left that gathering with an overwhelming sense of fear. Fear. Fear that I or my dogs could be traumatized by an SPCA inspection at any place, at any time, for whatever reason the SPCA may deem necessary. They could be taken from their boarding facility or snatched away at a show. Or for that matter, when we're out driving in our community. What is the matter when a bill introduced that is supposed to be directed at the well-being and safety of animals makes you, as a responsible, ethical, and law-abiding citizen, afraid? We're not the ones who should be targeted by Bill 27, yet we feel we are. I heard one colleague's experience with literally being terrorized by the SPCA. They had no reasonable grounds for inspection, they violated her privacy, they were aggressive in their approach and demeanor, and they made unreasonable demands that were outside the confines of the current bill. They threatened to seize her dogs. They entered her home and went through it. She was terrified. They violated her biosecurity measures to keep her dogs safe and free of pathogens by coming into her home and kennel after admittedly visiting a number of other properties with animals that day. This is irresponsible and speaks to the lack of training and experience these inspectors appear to have. They do not understand the implications of such behavior, that it could bring a disease such as parvovirus into her home and wipe out her dogs. She did not know where to turn to defend herself and to defend her rights and freedoms. She now lives with anxiety and fear that at any time they can return and do it all over again. Minister Colwell and honourable members, I ask you to put yourselves in her shoes. How would you feel to have strangers enter your home, go through it, examine your pets, demand documents and records pertaining to them, and challenge you on how you care for them? I ask you to be honest with yourselves and look deeply into your conscience to consider if this is just. Coming to speak to you today makes every single one of us afraid. We could easily become targets now, based on our appearance and the fact that there are undoubtedly persons in our midst from the SPCA or other animal welfare or animal rights groups. How can this be right? Nova Scotia is becoming a police state when it comes to animal welfare. We see the inspectors from the SPCA on TV interviews wearing flak jackets, bulletproof vests. What message does this send to our public? This is deliberately sowing fear and intimidation in the pet owning community. We need to be working together to improve and protect the welfare of animals in this province. This is without question. The SPCA should be our allies, not a group that we need to fear. Bill 27 is vague in its language and open to wide interpretation. It affords an incredible amount of power to the SPCA to violate the rights of pet owners and law-abiding citizens. The pet-owning public has never been consulted on this bill. It appears it was conceived under cover of darkness and is being fast-tracked so it passes before we ever have a chance for clarification and modification. Is this a democratic process? I heard from one of my own family members who is involved to some degree in the animal rescue and animal welfare movement Thursday night. I was told that they knew about this bill being tabled the day before it actually hit the media. How is this even possible? I cannot help but feel there is an urgency to push this bill through as fast as possible and make it law. There is little to no opportunity to hear from citizens and voters who it will affect. Their concerns appear to be ignored. There's no transparency. There's a lack of democratic consultation. One cannot help but question what exactly is driving this radically changed directive. Minister Colwell and all members of the committee, as a Nova Scotian, I am shocked and saddened at the contents of Bill 27 and the manner in which it has been presented. It stands to cause unintended consequences for many Nova Scotians who are animal owners and breeders and take good care of their animals and add so much to the economy of this province. It makes me seriously reconsider breeding as it restricts my rights to produce pups to the breed standard and to do what is best for my puppies. It makes me want to sell my home, pack up my family, and move to another province where such bills may be constructed in a more transparent, consultative, and democratic manner. Please reconsider passing this bill without further consultation with stakeholders and clarity to the pet-owning public. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my concerns today.
Thank you, Ms. Marco. Questions? Mr. Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in your opinion, do you feel that there's anything that is lacking in the current legislation or is that's driving this, that it's a rush, or would the current legislation be adequate until public consultation and everything was to happen to ensure that the new legislation meets the needs and is everyone's consulted?
I feel that we have been managing quite well with the current bill as it exists, and that there is no reason to be in a rush. I have my own thoughts and feelings on why that may be happening. There were 2 cases in Nova Scotia where puppies' tails were docked and the owners of those puppies were charged, and those cases came out in court as the owners were not charged. They fell through the cracks, I guess, so to speak. So perhaps there's an urgency on the part of someone who wants this put through quickly so that they can close that hole up and not have that happen again. It was precedent setting, really.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Irvin.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate the emotion behind your concerns, and you know, speaking with a lot of owners last night must have brought a lot of emotion to the whole thing. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Just going back, and the SPCA will obviously be speaking next and presumably addressing some of the concerns that we've heard. What you have outlined here goes, I think, far beyond the legislation with respect to what's been going on out there with respect to the relationship between breeders, purebred breeders, dog owners, and the SPCA. And that is in contradiction a little bit with what you just said, that things were working okay under the old law. Mm-hmm. So notwithstanding what we're changing, you know, am I to take it from you and the others that have presented that there are challenges within the SPCA with respect to qualifications of the duties that we're giving them, either under the old law or the new law?
Yes.
Is that something that we need to perhaps have further discussion about? And I'm not trying to diss the SPCA, because there's a lot of volunteers involved and people care very much about animal welfare. Mm-hmm. But you've painted it as a kind of we and them with the SPCA, and I just want to try and understand that a little better about that relationship and how strained it is, I guess.
Well, again, I'm not truly a breeder yet. I haven't had the opportunity, but I have a breed that has a docked tail, and I'm terrified. I'm terrified to move forward in any way because I don't know what could happen as a result of having a litter of puppies and dealing with this dilemma. Now, it was covered in the previous act or bill as well, But I think it is fair to say when it comes down to the SPCA, I had no idea until recently that they really don't have much in the way of training or qualifications. We have an incredible group of animal healthcare professionals in Atlantic Canada. Veterinarians, technicians, assistants in veterinary hospitals that are extremely well trained. There's breeders that, you know, have mentored me that I'm just amazed at the amount that they know. There is a need for people within the SPCA to have better qualifications. I think one of the other ladies that presented alluded to that. They need to have a medical background. They need to have a behavioral background. They need to have that training to help them in doing a good job. We need the SPCA. There's no two ways about it. But we also need them to truly address animal welfare issues. Address that dog that's tied up outside when it's, you know, 32 degrees outside. He's not under a tree and he has no water. Deal with those situations. Leave the breeders and the responsible pet owners alone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Mr.
very
McGuire? Mr. McGuire?
I got a big mouth, I can go that. Thank you for your presentation here today. So I just have two quick questions. We keep going back to the training that the SPCA has or does not have. Do we know, so when an SPCA agent shows up at your house, do you know what their actual training is?
There has been several people today who have actually read the qualifications required.
So that's the minimum qualifications, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess that'll be a question for the SPCA officer when they come up,
Yes.
if there's ongoing training and what sort of education is being used.
I would assume if an officer comes to your property where you are raising, producing puppies, and they come in and they haven't changed their clothing, they haven't done anything to disinfect their footwear, or they're not wearing proper attire, and they've already visited 4 or 5 or 6 or who knows how many other properties that day, then there is a real concern because they don't know what biosecurity is and how important it is at preserving life.
So I guess we'll have that discussion with the SPCA when they're up.
That's...
And I guess I need to understand the purpose of docking tails. So excuse me for not knowing, but I'm trying to figure out what the purpose of docking tail. Is it a health reason? Is it a cosmetic reason? I mean, what's the purpose of docking tails?
The purpose of docking tails, I can only answer to it in my breed of dog.
Right.
And in my group of dogs. My dogs are in the sporting group. They are a docked breed because they are a hunting breed. They spend a lot of time running and being in the underbrush while they're searching for game. They use their noses, and when they scent game, a bird or whatever it may be, they wag their tails like crazy. Their tails are very long, they're like a whip, and they can smash them on trees, smash them on brambles, bushes, what have you.
What kind of dogs do you breed? Do you mind me asking?
I breed Weimaraners.
Oh, actually one of my favorite.
And their tails they're extremely short-haired dog.
So why not, if that's the reason we're docking tails, why not do they dock beagle tails?
Beagles don't do the same job.
But beagles hunt, right?
They do. They're a longer-haired dog. They have considerably denser tails. They're a more muscular-tailed animal, and they're not a pointing breed. So they do a lot of their work running in the open. My dogs do a lot of work in the underbrush.
And forgive me, I'm just trying to understand this because
that's fine.
I'm thinking to like animals living in the wild. So some animals that live in the wild that have longer tails, is it impacting their ability to hunt and survive?
I can't answer to that. I don't own wild animals. I own domesticated animals.
Yeah.
So I can't answer to that, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I know the reasons why it's been done in my breed, and that is to protect them from injury through their work and through their lives.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Joanne Landsberg. Welcome, Joanne. I see you've been listening intently.
I feel a little bit on the hot seat at the moment. My
No,
goodness.
we welcome everybody here.
Thank you.
Anyway, the floor is yours. 10 for presentation and 5 for questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. So as some of you may or may not know, my name is Joanne Landsberg, and I'm the Chief Provincial Inspector for the Nova Scotia SPCA. My job entails overseeing 16 special constables throughout Nova Scotia who enforce the Animal Protection Act that deals with companion animals. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Minister Caldwell for the opportunity to participate in a group forum that included many different rescue groups, a CKC breeder, business owners, and trainers. So over the last year and a half, close to 2 years, I was invited to attend these group meetings, as were others, to be collaborative and to share concerns with the current Animal Protection Act. These meetings were truly an honor to attend with so many people who share a passion for animal welfare. So I've been doing this job now for over 5 years, and I can sit before you all today and tell you that I have seen many abused and neglected animals. Some so horrific that you would not believe to happen in your own backyard. When you see the movies on TV, the animal hoarding, the abuse cases, believe me, they're real. I'll attest for it that they're happening here in Nova Scotia. In order to protect and seek justice for these animals who cannot speak for themselves, we need the laws to be strengthened in the Animal Protection Act. There have been many times when suffering animals have been removed from the owner's custody, only to have them removed by the Animal Cruelty Appeal Board into the hands that caused them the harm and distress. Nova Scotia needs an appeal board that will look to the facts of a case based on expert witness testimony and not that of the hopes and promises of an accused animal abuser who caused the distress of the animal in their care. We want these hearings to be made public. Not only will it provide transparency, which we are fully in support of, but hold the SPCA accountable. I'm fully supportive of that, as well as the appeal board. In January 2014, the Canadian Association of Veterinary Medicine released a position stating that they oppose the alteration of any animal by surgical or other invasive methods for cosmetic or competitive purposes. These procedures would include tail docking and ear cropping, as we're speaking of today. They also said that cosmetic alteration is unnecessary. Surgical alterations in cases of injury or for reasons of health are not considered cosmetic. You may hear some groups here today will say that docking a tails dog will reduce the risk of injuring the tail. The CVMA published research that concluded there is no scientific evidence that cosmetic surgery will provide any welfare or medical benefit to an animal. There is no evidence to suggest that some cosmetic procedures cause acute and chronic pain, as well as behavioral evidence that cosmetic alteration may be detrimental to canine behavior. In one study using the smallest data set from Great Britain, it was found that there was a decrease in risk of tail injuries for docked dogs, 0.03%, with non-docked dogs at 0.23%. A very low incidence of tail injuries in all groups studied. However, it did show that tail docking does not provide sufficient protection against injury to justify tail docking of all animals. According to this study, it would require 500 tail dockings to prevent one injury. Since 2010, Nova Scotia veterinarians are no longer performing these procedures because of the reasons well established with the CVMA. Now breeders are choosing to perform these in their backyards. The procedure is known as banding. A small band is placed on a puppy's tail that is only days old. The band causes the flow of blood to be cut off from the rest of the tail. The tissue dies, it becomes necrotic and falls off. This procedure has been well established that it causes pain and distress to a puppy. Our current legislation has a loophole that allows this barbaric procedure to be done at the hands of our backyard breeders. In addition to this, now that the Nova Scotia Veterinary Medical Association has banned declawed cats, it is my fear that people will attempt to also declaw cats themselves as they start at banding dogs' tails. Nova Scotia needs to implement these changes to the Act so that the law will prohibit anyone from docking a dog's tail or decline a cat in their home and in their backyards. The Nova Scotia Animal Protection Act must be changed to stop the process and stop the suffering of cats and puppies. In our current Animal Protection Act, there is no mention of the prohibition of dog or animal fighting. This addition in the Act is necessary to protect the animals from these practices. The Nova Scotia SPCA has been protecting animals for many years, and we want to continue to do so as long as our animals need our help. Allowing these changes to pass will not only make Nova Scotia a leader in animal welfare, but it will save lives. I've been sitting here listening to a few of the comments that have passed over, and I just wanted to quickly address a couple of the issues. I'm hearing a lot of concern, genuine concern, and I think there may be some misleading information that is brought forth. One of the issues is custodian versus owner. We're not looking to go into a breeding facility to take somebody's pet that they're boarding at a facility. This is simply because when we seize an animal that is in distress, that particular person often denies ownership. So we have the responsibility of proving ownership in a court of law before that person can be charged. That's it. We want that person who has caused the distress to be responsible and to be able to stand accountable in court. That is the reason for that law. We're not looking to go into people's places and take it from a breeder or from a daycare personnel. I've heard talks of the impact of charter rights for inspection. All investigations start with, we must have reasonable and probable grounds that an offense has been committed. We don't go onto your property and say, let me see your dog. It starts with a complaint. A valued complaint comes into our office, we talk with the person, we get the information, and if we don't have reasonable grounds, then we don't go. Anonymous calls, some of them we take, some of them we don't, because we don't have reasonable and probable grounds. That's very clear with our organization, what we must establish first. I've also heard a lot of talk about the officers' training. All SPCA officers in Nova Scotia are appointed peace officers and must meet specific law enforcement training required by the Department of Justice. In addition to this, I personally am a registered veterinary technician. No animal gets seized in Nova Scotia unless I know about it and I have reasonable grounds to have that animal seized. I myself have worked at Dalhousie Animal Care Facility for 8 years previous to my role here at the SPCA. No person gets appointed without that specific training. A lot of discussion has been heard about the impact on businesses and the economy. This is an act to protect animals, not businesses, not the people. The current legislation, it needs to be upgraded. We need to be able to protect animals. They're not a commodity. They're not here to support your business or support your livelihood. Let's protect the animals, not the businesses. The current legislation allows inspectors to inspect breeding facilities, boarding facilities, or places where animals are kept for sale. This is not a change. That's already in there. I beg to differ if anybody that has spoke here today has heard from the SPCA. If you're a good breeding facility, you don't hear from us. We don't bother you. We are out for the bad guys. I've heard lots of mention about the SPCA and their powers. This is not an SPCA law. This is Nova Scotia legislation. We've been appointed, yes, to enforce it, but so are our CMP and other police officers who do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Landsberg. Mr. D'Entremont.
Thank you for your presentation. That's great, because we're sort of hearing from one side, so it's good to hear from the other side. It goes along. I got two quick questions. So, invited to meetings. So when you were talking about the meetings that you were honored to be a part of,
yes,
you did mention a number of people that were there. There was one CKC breeder. When did those happen, and who was in charge of the invite list?
In charge of the invite was Minister Caldwell. There was probably 3 meetings held over the past year and a half. The latest one was the day before this was announced. He brought us all in. He invited everybody into this forum, and he said this is what's going to be happening. There were other meetings that were held before that as well.
Okay.
I can't imagine how everybody in Nova Scotia would be invited, but there were several stakeholders invited.
Well, just a quick comment to that one is that as an MLA in this House for the last 15 years, I do see a lot of invites to things, and I never saw an invite for this one. So that's why I question it. The second part is when it comes to businesses, so the issue of businesses, part of the biggest problem in this province, I think, is the issue of puppy farms. Not that we have lots of puppy farms, but a lot of backyard people that are having puppies and selling them.
Yeah.
I would be better that we would take care of some of the businesses that adhere to the rules and regulations of a breed group, that have the kind of supports that they need in order to do it correctly. So I know it's sort of that line between business and money making and taking care of animal welfare, but I think having good businesses that do a good job and are concerned about animal welfare, I think are an important part of what this bill should be doing, and I'm seeing it being a little offside.
I would agree with that, so long as they are treating the animals in their care humanely.
Sure.
Mr. Jessom.
Thank you, Ms. Landsberg. Can I get you to expand or repeat and expand the rationale for including this definition of custodian, please?
Sure. So there are many times when we seize an animal from a property. The owner will not come forward. We may take it from outside. We may find it freezing outside, or we may find that it's, tied up outside in sweltering heat. It may be severely matted or malnourished. We will seize an animal from that property. And when we go to the house, they may not be home, so we have to remove the animal for distress reasons. When we go back later to find the owner, the person who owns the home is denying ownership of the dog. Mm-hmm. It's not my dog. It's not my dog. So we need to be able to establish that the person in caring, or they might say it's my cousin's dog who moved away, but you've been left in care of that dog for 2 months, 2 weeks. So you've been caring for that dog for 2 weeks, 2 months. That dog is in the condition that it is, but I can't charge you because you're not the legal owner of the dog, and he or she is not taking responsibility. That's where it would significantly help us when charging somebody for an animal that's found in neglect.
Thank you. Ms. DiCostanza.
Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to hear. Actually, I had an opportunity this summer to visit this SPCA in Dartmouth, and the care that I saw and the cleanliness and the stories that I heard, I was really impressed with the work that they're doing. My main question here is, how many visits have you done to those wonderful businesses for dogs? Do you have any statistics if they're all operating in wonderful, and I'm assuming there are very few visits from the SPCA to the dog businesses for the kennels and the others that are working very well. I'm assuming most of your visits are the individual issues or people who are not looking after. Do you have any statistics you can give us?
I can't say that because we're so busy, I can't say that we've inspected any business or breeding facility without a complaint against it first.
Perfect.
So in my little over 5 years that I've been here, we haven't, unless we were invited one time to inspect a kennel because it was a requirement of the city. They had animal control dogs there. We did do an inspection and we gave them a report, but that wasn't an invitation. But never have we gone into any of these particular businesses or any other without a complaint first.
But do you have any statistics of approximate visits you've had? Or can you provide that just so that people feel comfortable that you're really not targeting them, you're targeting the ones who are abusing the animals?
How many businesses that we would have visited?
Yeah, unexpectedly.
It's few. It's not a lot. I don't have the statistic. I do apologize. I could have brought something with me had I been
Just to make them.
made aware of the question, but it's not very often. Most of the time, it's private citizens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Johns.
Thank you very much for being here. And, just on your last comment, I certainly agree that a lot of times it's hard to be proactive because the caseloads are so heavy. I was on as chair of the appeals committee for HRM for a number of years with Tanya Phillips, and that was we get so many calls, they could never be proactive because they were just trying to deal with what's there. I do want to ask, not specifically in regards to the training, but in regards to the funding for the training, how do your officers, do they take a course? Are there upgraded courses? Who funds that training?
No, there are no funds provided to the SPCA for training. The training that we require, normally we, just recently, or over the last few years, since I've taken over this role, we require before they start to have some sort of law enforcement training. So that could be like a 2-year police foundations course. They could have law and security course. And then in addition to that, we put them through courses through the Canadian Police Knowledge Network. So all of our officers have undergone training through the Canadian Police Knowledge Network for enforcement. In addition to that, the Department of Labor requires that we have some sort of dog training, aggressive dog handling, because we deal with some potentially aggressive dogs sometimes. So for safety reasons, we must have that type of training. Most times when we go out to a case, it's very difficult, if you can imagine, to find somebody that is fully trained in law enforcement and fully trained in animal protection. So it's a very unique job. So what we do is we have to get the law enforcement, because that's what we are, we're law enforcement officers. We have to get that down packed, and then we do some training through myself. Like I said, I'm a registered veterinary technician, so we do training, on-the-job training, just to help the officers when they go to a call, what to look for. Are they looking at just a simple flea allergy dermatitis, or is it, something more significant? I get calls all during the day. Joanne, can you have a look at this? They send me pictures. What do you think of this? They send me videos. What do you think of this? It's constant. So we're in constant communication with all the officers across the province. And if we're in doubt, what we normally do is we order the owner to take them to a veterinarian and we don't make that determination in the field. If we think the animal needs to see a vet, then we will give them an order to comply, and we will be reasonable in that. Sometimes it's urgent. Sometimes they can have 2 weeks to a month to comply, depending on their financial means. But they need to take their animal to a vet and then report back to us with the findings and the report from their veterinarian that they've seen it and they're following through. So we don't try to play veterinarians in the field, because we're not. But we rely on the experts, and we just order them to go to the vet for that determination.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Zahn.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for the work that you do. I know it must not be easy. So for first of all, the dog fighting, the animal fighting, you see a lot of these cases, do you?
We don't see a lot of dog fighting in Nova Scotia, but currently I am the only officer in Nova Scotia that has the ability to enforce sections of the criminal code that entails dog fighting. So if an officer in Yarmouth or Cape Breton were to encounter a situation of dog fighting, they wouldn't be able to lay a charge, because we can only do it under the criminal code. It's not listed anywhere in the Animal Protection Act. So that's why it was very important to me to have it in the Animal Protection Act, so that I don't have to lay a charge on somebody in Cape Breton or Yarmouth.
Right. And you mentioned that it was very good, your explanation about custodian versus owner. I'm thinking perhaps there is some common ground there with the concerns of the people that we have heard from.
Yeah. I can certainly see, you know, I've listened to some people here and they say they're living in fear that we're going to come and take their animals. My goodness, that's not the case. I don't think that anybody could sit here today and tell anyone that the SPCA has come in and taken their animals unjustly, you know, and that's why we have the Animal Cruelty Appeal Board. I'm you know, fully on board with that. I want it to be transparent. So if we do take your animal, there is a process. You know, that person can file an appeal. We can sit before the appeals board and have a whole panel who consists of, to my knowledge, the last appeal, the last time I attended, sometimes they change. There's a lawyer on that board. The chair was a veterinarian. So, you know, as for educated people, we are dealing with educated people, educated, knowledgeable people to make these decisions.
And this new act, the amendments would also clarify the appeals process, correct?
That is correct.
Cleaning up contradictory language that is existing now.
Yeah, there is a bit of contradictory language, and I think they're just looking to clean that up a little bit, which would be helpful.
So would you be amenable to the bill going back and having some more consultation with some of the other stakeholders who were not invited to those meetings?
I mean, of course, I mean, it's, you know, I'm trying not to, you know, these are good people here. I agree with these, you know, with these people to the most part. But what I'm hearing mostly is the issue with the tail docking and the ear cropping. I still remain strongly opposed to that. You know, I've spoke with many veterinarians who can attest to the fact that these puppies are feeling pain. I had a veterinarian call me up one day and she said, I've got a man in my office who tried to dock his own puppy's tails. The tails are all, they're grossly infected. They're screaming in pain. And the fact, you know, that some people say, well, they just go back and nurse with their mother. Well, that's a normal reaction for a puppy to do because the suckling, you know, releases natural endorphins in their brain. It's a natural pain relief is what they're trying to accomplish by doing that. But if you think about this, if you tie an elastic band around the end of your finger and you wait for it to fall off, you tell me how that's going to feel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landsberg.
Thank you.
Dr. Hugh Chisholm. Dr. Chisholm, welcome. 10 minutes for a presentation and 5 for a question. The floor is yours. We can have those circulated for you if you just want to leave them there beside you. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Hugh Chisholm. I'm a retired veterinarian. I have over 25 years experience in feline practice in Nova Scotia. I founded the first feline specialty practice in Atlantic Canada over 30 years ago. I've been a staunch proponent of animal welfare causes during that time. I was the first veterinarian to propose a ban on feline declawing at the Nova Scotia Veterinary Medical Association annual general meeting in 2014. Although they failed to enact a ban that year, the NSVMA eventually enacted a ban in March of 2018. I welcome the government's action to update the Animal Protection Act with the improvements proposed in Bill 27. Banning cosmetic surgery such as tail docking, dew claw removal, ear cropping, and debarking in dogs is a constructive step forward for protection of our canine companions. Banning declawing of cats is similarly beneficial for felines. Unfortunately, there's another surgical procedure that can be performed on cats that is not mentioned in the proposed bill. Deep digital flexor tendinectomy is a surgical procedure in which a portion of the tendon that pulls the claw forward is cut away. And there is an attached diagram when you get your handout that will show you that. I can try and clarify that later, but the photograph on the bottom is quite telling. If you look at the hand of a human being and the scissors cutting off the tips of the fingers, that's what a declaw would be. By cutting the tendons, what that does is it effectively removes a cat's ability to use its claws. Although it may sound like a reasonable alternative to having 10 digits amputated, it has been found to lead to numerous serious complications. The procedure is not recommended by the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association, the American Veterinary Medical Association, and the American Association of Feline Practitioners, among others. I urge the government to add an amendment to Bill 27 to include deep digital flexor tendinectomy and any other surgical procedure designed to interfere with the normal anatomy and/or function of feline claws, unless a veterinarian deems it medically necessary for the health of the cat. That was going to be the bulk of my presentation today, but
You'll accept questions?
Pardon me?
You'll accept questions?
I will accept questions, and I'm also prepared to answer questions about cosmetic surgery in dogs if people have any. I can tell you that I have been sitting on Minister Caldwell's committee for a number of years. There are many stakeholders that come to those meetings on a regular basis, including veterinarians, rescue people, dog breeders, trainers, so it's not something that's just happened in the past little while that's been rushed together. This has been an ever-evolving process over many years. Minister Caldwell meets with us. We discuss what's going on in the province, what things can be changed, how the Act can be improved, and that's where this current document comes from. So to say that people have not been adequately represented is misinterpreting the process, I believe. Anyway,
Ms. San.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We have information that says that in the people that were on those groups that were consulted was the Nova Scotia Environment Department, the Ministers' Forum on Animal Protection, the Nova Scotia Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the SPCA, the Nova Scotia Veterinary Medical Association, and the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. So I don't see on that list anything about the people who are in the dog breeding associations or the kennel clubs. So I believe that's why they feel that they were sideswiped and they did not know about this until Thursday.
Right.
But I have a question for you. So, for instance, with the problem with the dew claws on dogs, I know I had a dog, a Shih Tzu, that had an ingrown dew claw, and they said at the time, the vet at the time said, oh, I should have had it removed when I first got the dog. So in a situation like that, why would you say that that is a bad thing?
In a situation like that, it may not be a bad thing. If it's medically necessary for the health of the animal to have a surgical procedure done, I don't think anybody's going to step in the way. The problem that veterinary associations and veterinarians and pain experts and everybody has is needlessly removing body parts for some obscure reason that has some historical, basis, but nothing based in what we currently know about pain and, the need for something to be done with such a low incidence of potential problems.
So you see the docking of tails and things like this as being just a cosmetic reason for for showing or for historical reasons. Is that correct?
Absolutely, unless there's an injury to the tail, in which case, yes, it may be the best thing for that dog. But I've seen day-old puppies or 2 or 3 day-old puppies come in to vet clinics and have somebody with a pair of sharp clippers, remove those with absolutely no anesthetic, and they'll tell you that, well, they'll just go back and they'll nurse on the mother, as Inspector Landsberg said. The problem is what we now know about pain is much different than what we knew 20, 30 years ago. If you cause serious pain to a neonate, that can have lifelong implications for the development of the nervous system in that animal. That can make them suffer even greater pain when they are subjected to things that happen in life later on. So it's not just the immediate pain, it's the rest of that animal's life that we are concerned about for something that really is a needless procedure, meant in many cases to meet with a breed standard that's set up through kennel clubs. And I think that's where these people need to be lobbying, is go back to the kennel clubs and have those standards changed. Don't be coming to groups like this that are trying to deal with, improving the lives of animals and say, well, let's make an exception here because we've done it this way and this is what we have to do in order to meet breed standards. That's not the way to do it. It has to be done through kennel club changes.
Thank you.
Mr. Johns.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I found it somewhat interesting that The Canadian Kennel Club, which regardless of how I personally feel in regards to certain cosmetics and things like that, I did find it relatively interesting that probably one of the largest organizations around, the Canadian Kennel Club, they've been around for a long time, seems to have left out of this process. And you know, I really think that in order to be able to make good legislation, it's not necessarily I think we need to consult all stakeholders and perhaps do what you're saying, get them on side to some of the things that that we want to see go forward or that you'd like to put forward. But I think to not consult and you know, given the fact that we had the director of the Canadian Kennel Club as well as the Halifax Kennel Club here today, to not consult them, I was kind of wondering why they wouldn't have been consulted, but I'm starting to feel like maybe they were left out on purpose because what they feel doesn't go with, I don't know, I'm starting to wonder about that. So you are a retired veterinarian. I do have a question for you. So the SPCA officer that was speaking earlier was talking about people tying tails and tying off tails. And I know about 20 years ago they used to just cut them and then wrap the tails. Is there not some way that that you can still cosmetically, and this is for my knowledge, is there not some way that you can still cosmetically dock a tail without causing the same pain and suffering? Can you? Is there an anesthesia or not anesthesia, but something you can do that doesn't have the same pain?
There are anesthetic drugs. The problem is when you're dealing with very young animals like this, that anesthetic drugs themselves can become quite dangerous and animals can die just from the anesthetic procedure alone. So to subject an animal to that risk for a cosmetic procedure that has no benefit to the animal, you know, physically, is not something that a veterinarian can justify. And so I think the analogy that Inspector Landsberg used to put a rubber band around your finger and wait for it to fall off is a very good one, because that's what happens now. Veterinarians don't perform these procedures anymore. They're not allowed to, because that's a contravention of the Nova Scotia Veterinary Code of Ethics. So the only way this can be done is to go outside of Atlantic Canada or to do it yourself. And breeders are not surgeons. Breeders don't have access to the kinds of things that are available in a veterinary hospital, and they shouldn't be doing surgery in their back rooms.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Jessom.
Thank you, Dr. Chisholm. Much conversation around the consultation and the ongoing work that has taken place. Can you confirm whether or not that there were breeders or members of the Canadian Kennel, the CKC, that were involved in your talks over the past?
I don't recall any CKC members being at any meetings. I'm pretty sure there were breeders, although I can't give you names.
Okay.
Most of these people I don't know. They just come to the meeting, you know, on a once or twice a year basis. And,
Understood.
And, you know, we have a chat.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Chisholm. You know, you alluded to that we're learning more about nervous systems and the effects that procedures have had on animals. And you have indicated that veterinarians no longer perform these procedures, I guess, in Atlantic Canada. I'm still reminded my uncle, who was a veterinarian, telling me 40 years ago he would not declaw cats from his perspective. Where is this going nationally or internationally? Is this something that is, in terms of docking of tails and declawing of cats, is this generally making its way around the country or around the continent with respect to this change of perspective?
It is changing. It started in the United States with a few cities in California passing municipal bylaws to outlaw the declawing of cats. The ear cropping and tail docking of dogs, they're a little bit ahead of the process in terms of those kinds of things. I'm pretty sure that all of the provinces in Atlantic Canada, all of the veterinary associations in Atlantic Canada have banned those procedures. And I believe Newfoundland has even done it at the government level. I know that in British Columbia, the Veterinary Association there has banned declawing of cats. It's one of those things that things change as information is gathered and as research is done, and the more we learn about things that we do or don't do, the more we realize that things that we've done and accepted as routine practice are now things that we would never do. And there may be other things that we're not doing that we should be doing. So, you know, things are always changing. That's medicine. Things that I learned in school umpteen years ago, you know, are now many of those things we don't do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. Appreciate your testimony today. Henry Vissers. Welcome, Mr. Vissers.
Thank you.
We have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 for questions, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Henry Vissers. I'm the Executive Director of the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. We represent over 2,400 farm families in the province of Nova Scotia. We're founded in 1895 and provide the farm community with a single voice for agriculture in the province. So I do appreciate the opportunity to present to you. Upon review of Bill 27, there are elements identified that have the potential to negatively impact farms. While the Act is written in such a way that the industry practices can reasonably continue to evolve through code of practice being referenced as a standard or a guide, other elements like inspectors' access to farm land and property without taking biosanitary measures, and the blurred definition between companion animals and farm animals create cause for concern. Oftentimes, farms will have traditionally kept as companion animals working on the farm. The line between companion animals and livestock animals is blurred, and jurisdiction will cross between SPCA and Department of Environment Inspection Division. This undefined jurisdiction caused more red tape in the era where government are working towards reduction of red tape. We recommend all animals owned by registered farms or owner of registered farms be assumed under farm animal section rather than under the companion animals. This does not exclude farm animals raised by non-registered farms or homesteaders from being included under the farm animal definition. It just merely streamlines another aspect of the inspection for registered farms. These aren't all my notes, I only got a couple pages. Non-specialized inspectors and inspection process. Since 2016, when the change of inspection moved from Department of Agriculture to Department of Environment's Inspection Division, farmers have been faced with inspection difficulties, including but not limited to inspectors not understanding industry norms for animal welfare practices. Section 21 gives an inspector the authority to cross lands while carrying out duties under the Act. While we can appreciate helping an animal in distress, in the instance of farms, biosecurity has the potential to be a concern where inspectors cross one property to access another or entering buildings, in particular poultry operations or mink ranches. Respect and consideration for biosecurity protocols required on farms to ensure health of animals is necessary. We recommend to have specific inspectors dedicated to the livestock animal welfare file, which will ensure an understanding of the livestock industry in Nova Scotia. This understanding extends to animal welfare practices as well as property access and proper biosecurity protocols. An agricultural resource coordinator under the Nova Scotia Department of Agriculture should accompany an inspector designated under the Animal Protection Act when going to a farm. Other recommendations are to ensure that all organizations directly impacted with these regulatory changes be consulted. We recognize that code of practice exists for many of the farm animals impacted on this Act. However, not all are. Industry consultations will need to take place to ensure that those commodities not covered by code of practice have standards identified. So those are my remarks, and I do have copies of my remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vissers. You'll entertain questions.
Yes.
Ms. Zahn.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Mr. Vissers, for your presentation. So on my list here of the people bodies that were consulted in the drafting of this bill, it does include the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. So are you saying that there are parts to this bill that you were not aware of, and that's why you're here today to say these need to be addressed in the bill as well?
Well, a lot of things will end up going through regulation, so we want to make sure that agriculture is identified there and that codes of practice are identified and normal farm practices are identified. That's our main concern here.
Right. So would you be amenable to the bill being sent back to the department for more consultation and to come forward with some of these changes that you're asking for?
Either the bill itself, or if we can be done in regulation, then that would be adequate as well.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Lonis Croft.
Thank you. What compliance officers are responsible for farms? Does it just fall under the Department of Environment?
Yes, their animal welfare was under the Department of Agriculture, and when all of the inspection services were moved, they were all moved to Department of Environment. So typically, we would have seen a division of Department of Agriculture that dealt with animal welfare and specifically with agriculture issues. Our concern is that with the move to environment, that even though the Act is still under agriculture, that some of the nuance around farms and the understanding disappears as environment inspectors are going on farm.
Okay, because I've had situations where farm dogs, which can also be pets, companions, in a sense, and they have them on the farm to chase predators like raccoons and deer from eating the fruit off the trees and whatnot. I've had situations where compliance officers have told farmers that, they have to make sure they're with their dog when they're, farms are pretty big, so there must be some confusion around,
There is some concern around that because there are a number of breeds that, particularly for the sheep industry, are meant to stay with the herd. So that's a little bit different than a companion animal. And certainly that dog would be, when the sheep aren't in the field anymore, that dog would be handled differently. But they are there to protect sheep from predators.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. D'Entremont.
Thanks for being here, Henry. When they talk about cosmetic surgeries, so they're they prescribe those in there pretty tightly. Is there any other concern that, farmers for the most part still have to be their own vets in some cases where they have to deal with certain issues on farm? Is there anything in here that would impede them from doing that work, like castrations, issues around antibiotics, other things that would go along with it?
I think that's covered under codes of practice, and those codes of practice are for the major species that are covered under that are well written. They're federally guided. When they do a review of the codes of practice, it's a fairly large committee that does that. That includes not just farmers, people from the federal government's division, and consumers as well. So I think as long as codes of practice is named in the Act, then agriculture should be covered under that. But we want to make sure that happens. Okay. And we want to make sure when an inspector goes to a farm that they understand what's going on there. The best way to do that is to put an ag resource coordinator or someone from a regional office with that person so that there's good understanding there.
Okay, because I know there's also concern when it comes to large animal vets and trying to the availability of those individuals. I know in Southwest right now, the only large animal vet that actually does house calls, if you want to call it that, barn calls, is in Weymouth. So to get that person from Weymouth to get down into, let's say, Argyle, it's there's a tremendous cost to that. So there's a challenge, I think.
Farmers want to be good stewards of their animals and their land, and they're trained to do some of those minor procedures, and we feel that the codes of practice covers that off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just to set the record straight, it's Ashmore. Okay. Ms. Zahn.
Great, thank you. I just want to ask one more quick question. Somebody who has sheep mentioned to me their concerns about the, is it tail docking for sheep as well? And the fact that they felt that this bill would mean that they'd have to have somebody else there on site when they do that practice, which they said might be prohibitive for their expenses. Do you want to comment on that?
I don't, I've read the act a couple of times and I don't see that in there.
Okay.
Most of the issue around docking is for companion animals, and I think codes of practice covers it for
So for sheep, for
livestock.
instance? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vissers. Appreciate it. We have a copy of your presentation, I believe. Marie Lelou. Marie, welcome.
Thank you.
So the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes for presentation. We'll have 5 for questions.
Okay.
You're our last presenter, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not a breeder. I don't own a dog. I am a Nova Scotian, and I own cats. Thank you for the opportunity to address you here today. I moved to Nova Scotia 7 years ago after having served 37 years in the Canadian Forces. I became involved in cat rescue almost immediately after getting here, and today am just about a full-time volunteer. I help out with rescues throughout the province. I've been involved in the TNR, where we trap, neuter, and release feral cats that the SPCA and Spay Day does. I'm on the City Cat Committee, and I'm a member of the Tuxedo Party of Canada. Nothing prepared me for the suffering I saw when I moved to Nova Scotia. Cats were abandoned. Cats were living and dying in the streets. Their collars were not breakaway collars, and they were embedded into their arms an inch deep. They had to be surgically removed. Cats were being denied vet care. They couldn't eat, all because they needed dental work. They were suffering and dying in the streets. I have one memory of a large black cat that came into our trap, neuter, release program. He was growling, hissing, snarling. He was the scariest cat there. We were all afraid to go into his cage to give him food. We assumed he was feral. This poor cat had been declawed and thrown into the streets. His way of living and surviving was to use his voice to be aggressive. So there was a cat who'd once known love, thrown out, abandoned, and trying to live in the streets without his claws. Such suffering, such pain. All this to say that this new law is sorely needed. And it's needed now. My thanks to Minister Caldwell and his staff. To me, it's apparent that the new law is detailed and comprehensive, and that his staff have a feel for what's happening in the streets and in the backyards and in the homes, and they're trying their best to stop it. I have 2 points. The law contains a provision for a provincial health certificate. You can't sell a cat in Nova Scotia or dog without getting a provincial health certificate. That's not happening. I went to the darkest part of Dartmouth one night and I bought a cat from a drug dealer with a witness. And I asked for a provincial health certificate. No, you don't need that. I said, I think I do. I'd like its vet records and a provincial health certificate. No. So I reported it to the SPCA. Charges were not forthcoming. Some rescue groups are fabulous, others ask for a donation and stipulate the amount, vice getting, as a way around getting a provincial health certificate. So this law should address that. And a final point, which I mentioned rescues, that leads to my last point. This law will open the door to regulate rescue groups and individuals. It won't do it immediately. It doesn't regulate rescue groups right now, but it opens the door for it to start happening, and that's long overdue. Right now, again, most rescue groups are fabulous, but you still have some rescue groups that have suffered from what's one more syndrome, and they have 30, 40, 50 cats in a small bungalow. The cats do not get seen by vets on a regular basis. They only get taken to a vet when they are gravely ill and they have to be euthanized. I only speak about cats. I'm not involved in the dog world. So the bottom line is this law is about protecting animals, in my view. It's about preventing the suffering that's occurring right now. It's not about just cats. It's not about just dogs. It's not about purebreds. It's about all companion animals that are being allowed to suffer. It's not about making money on the backs of animals. So please, I ask you, please do the right thing. Don't pause this, and I do pardon the pun, but please don't pause this. Please pass the law, do what has to happen so that we can prevent suffering now and not next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lalou. Ms. Song.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say thank you. It's been very interesting to hear a lot about the dogs, but it's nice to have a voice for cats as well. I know there are a lot of cat lovers in Nova Scotia, and there's some really good work that is being done in many communities. And I think that also historically maybe cats have been not respected as much, thrown into rivers and
that's what we're trying to change.
Yeah, treated really poorly. A lot of stray cats, and I know in Truro there's a number of them in some of the trailer parks and trailer park boys with the kitties that came from somewhere, right, in Bible Hill. So I want to say thank you so much for your work. Were you actually invited to be part of that Ministers' Forum on Animal Protection?
No, because I'm down in the front line. One of the Tuxedo Party people was. So
Right.
I just jumped in here today because I wanted to speak.
Right. Well, I just want to say
I
thank
knew
you.
of the committee, and I certainly felt well represented.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jessom.
Marie, thank you for your presentation today, and you'll have to excuse my pun, but I find it fairly coincidental that your last name directly translates to the wolf.
It does, but I'm a cat person.
Given what we're talking about today. Sorry, that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lalou. Appreciate that. That concludes our witnesses for Bill 27. Mr. Jessom.
Mr. Chair, it's without question that we've got a lot to deliberate about. I'll be brief. Government would like to stand the bill for further consideration with the consent of the committee.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Contrary minded? Motion carried. Thank you. Could I just suggest that the will of the committee that we take 5 minutes for those that have been here for 3 hours and haven't moved? Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes at the most. Order. I'd like to call the Committee on Law Minutes back to order, and we will now proceed to Bill number 16, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Protection Act. We have our first presenter is Kate Schwinn. So we have 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question. Welcome. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you on this bill. So I strongly support the Honourable Minister of Justice when he said Nova Scotia doesn't condone sexual orientation or gender identity change efforts, or the concept that anybody from the 2S LGBTQ2+ community requires treatment because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. So as a society, we recognise that being part of the LGBTQ2 community is not an affliction or something that needs fixing. People within our community are whole, we're complete, and we're valid just the way we are. And this has been codified and recognised in our human rights legislation. Professional psychology and counselling organisations understand this, and they've reviewed the research. And what they've found is that there's no credible evidence that efforts to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity are effective, but they've also found that these practices can be extremely harmful, potentially leading to depression, self-hatred, and even suicidality. So for this reason, most, if not all, reputable professional bodies in this field have policies or guidelines that oppose the use of these practices. So what we'd like is to never again see these practices designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. We'd like to see them never again happening in Nova Scotia. So I'm pleased that the government and all of the parties recognise that these practices cause harm and have no place in our province. And it's gratifying to see all of the all-party support for this issue, so thank you for that. I believe that Bill 16 is a positive step forward for our province. In particular, I commend the government on including Clause 7, which restricts the ability of people in positions of authority to engage in these practices. This is really important since it's often not healthcare professionals, but others who youth may look up to and respect, or who may take advantage of their position of responsibility to engage in these harmful practices. So in comparing with Ontario and Manitoba and what they've done, this is certainly a step forward. So it's nice to see Nova Scotia taking some leadership on that point. So while Bill 16 is certainly a step in the right direction, I would like to take some time today to talk about how it could be even better. So from our perspective, where the bill falls a little short is in the area of consent and allowing practices to continue as long as the person consents. So you might ask, who would consent to a practice that isn't actually required, it isn't effective at what it's trying to do, but carries a high likelihood of causing self-hatred, depression, or even suicidality? It might not seem like consent is a big issue because it doesn't sound rational that anybody would even consent in those situations. So that would be true if we lived in a society where people accept people for who they are and treat them with respect and dignity, regardless of their sexual orientation and gender identity. But sadly, we're not there yet in society. So while we've seen a lot of progress over the last few years, the reality is that we live in a society where there's still a great deal of homophobia and transphobia. Queer and trans people are still subject to bullying, harassment and violence in schools, in their workplace, in their communities, on their sports teams, their churches, or sadly even in their families. So we're still regularly told that there's something wrong with us, that we're damaged or sick or somehow deluded or not valid based on who we love or how we identify our own gender. So this is a message that some people may have received throughout their lives from parents, friends, and people that they trust, to the point where they themselves, may have started to believe that there really is something wrong with them. So these people are vulnerable to the misleading messages of those telling them that they can be and should be cured. So people who may be willing to put themselves through these harmful processes are those who have already been convinced that they're not okay as they are. So this internalized homophobia or transphobia learnt through the interaction with homophobic communities is why people may consent to a practice known to be harmful. So you could argue that effectively they're consenting to these practices having already been exposed or subjected to efforts to make them feel like they need these practices. So it's almost like they're saying it's okay and consenting to conversion therapy when they've actually already sort of been subjected to a part of that therapy or those ideas. So I'd also question whether we can ensure that those consenting will have received accurate information as to the likely outcome and the likely harms that have been shown to result from these practices, which would really be a necessary, it would really be necessary for proper informed consent. So I really struggle to see how somebody giving this consent, how it's really true or valid consent. The implications of allowing consent under Bill 16 is that an organisation could actually set up a user pays facility in Nova Scotia, practicing these efforts to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. There'd be no impediment to doing that, provided that the people that they're working with are 16 or older and they sign their consent form. So obviously I think the people drafting this legislation and all three parties don't want to see that happen. So while Bill 16 makes some positive changes, I don't think it actually reflects the statement by the Honourable Minister that I quoted earlier about Nova Scotia not condoning sexual orientation or gender identity change efforts. And in fact, the explicit wording allowing consent almost feels like it's legitimising some of the practices, but just with that extra requirement. So we believe that we can do better than this. So what would we like to see? The ideal scenario that we'd like to see is that practices of these efforts to change sexual orientation or gender identity are prohibited in the province, regardless of age and regardless of ability to without the ability to override those rules with consent. We know this is a practice that we don't want to see happening here. We know it's harmful, so we would like to see legislation that prevents those practices. There is a precedent for that. So, for example, in Ireland, they have legislation that entirely bans the practice of conversion therapy. And even the bylaws enacted at the municipal level in the city of Vancouver recognise that these practices, they recognise them as unacceptable business practices and prohibit them or prevent them through their city licensing process. So I feel like the province can do more to rid ourselves of these harmful practices at a provincial level. We do, though, have some particular concerns for vulnerable youth. So at a minimum, and given that this bill is presented and promoted as specifically protecting our youth, we would like to see the removal of that ability of any minors to consent, rather than the current draft, which allows those ages 16 to 18 to consent to these practices. So young queer and trans people are particularly vulnerable populations, especially when they have unsupportive families or parents. There was a study out of Ontario done by the Trans Pulse Project that reported that 57% of trans youth with unsupportive parents or only somewhat supportive parents have attempted suicide in the previous 12 months. While those with supportive parents, the number is only 4%. So that's like a 95% reduction. So that really demonstrates the impact of receiving support rather than being told that you're not okay. And subjecting a youth to attempts to change their sexual orientation or gender identity is the extreme form of showing a lack of support for their identities. So I did read in the comments from the Honourable Minister of Justice last week stating that they're required to allow consent due to some legal precedents. With all due respect, I would ask that we revisit this. We prohibit people 19 and under from buying cigarettes or alcohol because of the harm that they cause. We certainly don't, we don't give them the opportunity to consent or say, well, if you're 16 to 18, you can consent to that. So surely the province has some ability to ban, to do the same around these harmful conversion therapy practices. So in summary, what I would say is that we support moves to prohibit efforts to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, and we find this bill to be a positive step. However, we do believe that the bill can be improved, and we would hope to see that happen before the final version gets passed. We'd like you to consider an approach that results in an outright ban on these harmful practices in our province. Realistically, I know that all three parties introduced their own bills, and none of them, they were all relatively similar. But we would say that at a minimum, if it's not possible to have that kind of an approach that completely provides that outright ban, at a minimum, we'd like to see you make amendments to remove that ability of any minors to consent to these practices. So,
Thank you very much. Ms. McFarland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much, Kate, for coming, and thanks for your wisdom and knowledge on this and for speaking with me personally about this. I think there's elements to all of the bills that are good. I do like Bill 16. I think, though, we do have to change the age. I as well looked at, tried to find reasons why we couldn't at least start off at 19. And I can't find anywhere on the computer or Google anything to do with Supreme Court or anything. So, and I also read, though, that the majority of suicides amongst our youth actually happen between 16 and 19. So I just want to say that I completely support, moving the age up. I would like to be like Ireland and ban it completely. I know there's 37 states, but I just want to ask, are you aware in Nova Scotia, is that between 16 and 19, are you aware, is the suicide rate up in that age category?
I don't have specific information on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chender.
Thank you for your presentation today, Kate, and for your work with the Youth Project. My understanding, and it's tenuous, so hopefully I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, is, and it doesn't make sense to me anyway, but my understanding is that that exemption is based on the idea that a mature minor over the age of 16 can consent to health practices, so they could consent, for instance, to an abortion or to other practices governing their own body. But I guess my question to you is, do you think that efforts to change gender identity are a health practice?
So I think the practices themselves shouldn't be given the legitimacy of saying that it's actually a legitimate therapy or health practice. But so I would say from that point of view, no, but from the point of view that it has a huge impact on a person's health and well-being, then I would say it's certainly a health issue.
Right, yeah, so I guess to put a finer point on it, what I'm trying to get at is, do you see any reason, and I'm taking from your comments that the answer might be no, that, someone, a mature minor ought to be able to consent to this in the way that they consent to a health practice, or is it should we be looking at it in a different category such that a precedent related to health shouldn't be relevant here?
So yeah, my answer is no. I don't believe that that mature minors should have that ability to consent. I think it's well recognised that what we're looking at is a practice that's going to cause, has a high likelihood of causing harm up to and including suicide. So it could be, a life and death matter. I feel like giving people the ability to consent to those practices, knowing that that there's a high likelihood of that causing harm is inappropriate. And I think that, as I said in the presentation, I think the only reason that people would do that is because they've been subjected to, homophobia and transphobia to the point where they've been made to feel like there is something wrong with them. And that's a society issue. It's not an individual issue. There is nothing wrong with them. And the research shows that providing that supportive and affirming care actually works to improve the mental health outcomes, whereas whereas efforts to change a person's identity or orientation has the opposite effect and can cause great harm. So I don't know the legal side of how that works, but I certainly don't support that allowing young people to consent to this practice that we know will cause harm.
Thank you.
Ms. Song?
Thank you, and thank you so much for your presentation and for being here today, Kate. This is such an important issue, and I agree. I'd like to see an outright ban as well. I attended the big meeting in Pugwash when we were trying to fight against the religious group coming in and holding a meeting and trying to talk to young people, and I was glad to see that was canceled afterwards. But so barring redoing the whole bill entirely and coming up with a ban, you would say that removal of the ability of any minor to consent would be the way to go?
Yes, that would, from my perspective, that would definitely improve the bill.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Kate. Appreciate it very much. Andrea Macbeth. And Andrea, you have the proud position of being the last presenter we actually have for the day.
I see. Well, I'm sorry that I have not prepared a formal presentation. I became aware of this legislation myself only when it appeared on the news. I have relatives who are members of that Pugwash Seventh-day Adventist group, very fine, wonderful people. And I spent the day today studying and researching as well as I could issues that seem to be the premises for this proposed legislation. The first premise appears to be that sexuality is fixed and immutable at birth. The research that I have suggests that there have been no scientific discoveries that have established that as a fact at all, and that generally speaking, sexual identity begins to gel at about the age of puberty. The terrifying flaws in this legislation create a regime in sections 6 and 7 whereby any parent, any pastor, any imam, any rabbi, any Sunday school teacher can be found in violation of the statute if they teach their conscientiously held religious beliefs in their own homes, in their own summer camps, in their own synagogues, in their own mosques, in their own churches, and that the reach of the state to muzzle their freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of association, freedom of religious practice has extended beyond anything that we have seen in this country ever. It is a horrifying violation. It's a horrifying piece of fascist legislation that is totalitarian in its effect. So when you look at Section 7, it says, notwithstanding any other act, a parent, guardian, substitute decision maker, or representative decision maker may not give consent on a person's behalf to the provision of services, right? So the province has the authority to either sanction or exclude certain services from coverage under the medical insurance regime. It's perfectly entitled to do that. However, when you look at Section 7, it says no person in a position of trust or authority, which must include a parent, towards a young person under the age of 19 shall make any change effort with respect to the young person. That means that no parent is allowed to instruct their children from the age that they can understand language until they are 19 in the tenets of their conscientiously held religious belief. This is unacceptable. This cannot proceed. It is so invasive that one shudders to think what may come next. Many religions preach against adultery. They preach against marriage or gay marriage. They preach that if you are divorced, you cannot remarry in the church if they don't approve it theologically. What will be next in our ability to conduct our spiritual lives as Muslims, as Jews, as Christians, in the way that represents our spiritual culture? It is under attack by a group on the basis of an assumption of immutable and unchangeable sexual identification at birth. Now, I'm just reading an abstract from the Journal of, make sure I got the right one here. Yeah, this is the Journal of Sex Research, and it's issue 4, which deals with the medicalization of sex. It talks about the, quote, gay gene identified in 1993 as a correlation between the genetic marker XQ28 and gay male sexuality, which was also linked to the high incidence of Graves' disease that was also associated with that marker and present in the homosexual community. The results of this original study were never replicated and used a sample that was so statistically insignificant that it should probably never have been published. I think there were 25 participants. Nonetheless, however, despite such tenuous provenance, the results never having been replicated and the biological reality of such an entity remaining hypothetical. Nonetheless, the gay gene has become an assumed backstory to genetic sexuality research over time, and the critique of its very existence has been diminished. The consequent unmooring of the, quote, gay gene from accountability and accuracy demonstrates that the organization of biomedical databases could benefit from greater cross-disciplinary attention. Now, I can print that out and a number of other things. Another article that I found referenced research done and published in University of Utah psychologist demonstrates that women have greater erotic plasticity. Their sexual orientation can be shaped by cultural influences, altered by positive or negative experiences, and intensified by feelings of love or attachment. Women are far more likely than men to report remarkably late and abrupt onset of same-sex sexuality, often after heterosexual marriage. So I don't accept the premises that lie behind this legislation. I certainly believe that there should have been far more invitation to interested parties to make their presentations. I'm the only one here. And I spoke to my pastor about it yesterday. He hadn't heard of it. He knew nothing about it. He had no idea that Section 6 and 7 would allow the agents of the state or any agent of a group that favors homosexual behavior to go into my church, to listen to the sermon, to report that sermon, and to have an offense registered against every member, every parent in that church, such that community services could then investigate them because in their homes they were teaching what amounts to the definition of conversion methodologies, and that would constitute abuse under the Children's Services legislation. The cascade of violations, aggressive and violent violations of the freedoms of people of faith is unbelievable in this legislation. It bears no resemblance to the legislation that was enacted in Ontario.
2 minutes.
Okay, the legislation in Ontario merely said that this kind of therapy would not be funded under its insurance program. It did not create an army of agents of the state who could come into your home or even have a report from someone who visited your home and then declare you to be an unfit parent or to declare that you have violated this statute and have that reported to your employer, which might make you an unfit teacher, an unfit lawyer, an unfit nurse, because your religious belief requires you, in all good conscience, to make the biblical teachings available to your children in your own home. So if I am going to recommend anything to this committee, it would be the repeal of sections 6 and 7, and they're remarkably, I don't want to use words that are too dramatic, but it is remarkable. It is unimaginable that you would create a situation where religious differences could be rendered illegal in light of the fact that the Constitution, the preamble to the Charter of Rights, starts with the words, whereas Canada is founded upon principles which recognize, number 1, the supremacy of God, and number 2, the rule of law. And that a named, protected entity in that Charter of Rights is religion. And your ability, as they said in Big M Drug Mart, your ability to have the full value of that freedom is your ability to express it and to live it and to teach it to your children and to promote your religious culture. So these 2 sections, I have no problem with delisting it as a covered therapy. Quite frankly, I would like to see what information was placed before the drafters of this piece of legislation to indicate that there are any commercial groups that are offering such therapy. I'm aware of the situation in Pugwash. Those individuals were church members whose goal was to go and speak about their own personal experiences with the working of God in their own lives. They were not there to promote a company or business or treatment, but simply to talk about what was happening in their own lives. So this hysteria that was generated by somebody or some group on the basis of something that had absolutely zero menace or threat to any child in this province has resulted in this proposed outrage under the Charter of Rights. I certainly would recommend that meetings be held that would include the religious leadership of the Muslim community, the Jewish community, and the Christian community, all of whom will be affected by this. And instead of springing this on people unawares with no consultation whatsoever, I mean, the animal welfare people were fully informed by comparison. The people I know in the Pugwash group were never, ever contacted at all to inquire about the nature of what they had planned to provide. But even if they had been, if I had spoken to them, I would have said, you go ahead with it. It is your right to say in your own religious gathering what you believe to be theologically true.
Thank you.
And that applies to all.
I let that go over a little bit. If you don't mind, it'll probably cut into some question time that we have there, but I have a couple of people that do want to ask questions. Mr. McGuire.
Parching myself. So I didn't introduce myself at all.
I introduced you.
Okay, but my background, I worked at the Legal Information Society of Nova Scotia for approximately 21 years, so I'm not unfamiliar with statutory
Thank you.
provisions.
Mr. McGuire.
Press your mic.
There you go.
I don't even know where to start. I guess, first of all, you said that there was no immediate threat to the Pugwash gathering, but words do hurt. And I know if I was Kate right now, I'd probably be taken back quite a bit, but I'm sure I watched your expression, and I'm sure you're used to this. A couple other things you said that about sexual orientation, not till puberty. Well, I have 3 kids under 5, and they're already starting to show signs, and it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter who your children love. I want to keep this short because it really does. I just don't know why you care so much about, just wait, I'm not finished. I listened to you for 10 minutes.
I assumed it was a question, but go ahead.
So I don't know why people care so much about who you love, why you love that person. I go to church every Sunday, or try to go every Sunday, with my partner, Rena. We're Catholic, and we don't care.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm going to accept my son, my daughter, no matter who they turn out to be, what they do, or what they love. I just don't know why you're trying to say that it's it's religion. It's not religion. It's how you're translating religion.
I understand that's your personal feeling.
It's not my personal feeling.
Well, that was your personal story.
You shouldn't care.
Order.
Just wait.
Please let her finish the question.
No, did you? You're asking me a question.
Mr. McGuire.
Why do you care who my son and daughters love?
Ms. McGrath.
Is that, yeah. I don't care. You can have whatever approach to this issue that you wish to have. What I do care about are Section 6 and 7, which create a regime whereby I, as a parent, cannot instruct my children, because that is my choice, in what I consider to be biblical truth. I'm not finished with my answer, sir.
Yeah.
And at the same time, because I am forbidden to instruct them, you will see in Section 7, the only people who are entitled to instruct them are those who favor homosexual behavior. I will be in violation of the statute if in my own living room I instruct them in my religious faith, and so I can say nothing about it, but they will be offered to any pro-homosexual influence from the age of birth until 19. That is what is being proposed here. So what I am objecting to is my choice, my faith, my culture being altered by somebody else's choice. You may choose what you like. The previous speaker may choose what he or she likes.
And I'll end it with this, because I think we could go back and forth all day. You keep saying my, but it's not about you, it's about that individual. And we just heard where Kate said the high percentage of suicide rate on those youth who don't have supportive parents. So you keep saying it's my right to tell my child what their sexuality should be, but really...
You don't know what is happening in the life of any child who commits suicide. My son works in Notwishish, the former Davis Inlet, as a teacher, and stood in his classroom having given the boys a 15-minute break and watched them haul out a rope and throw it over something to try to commit suicide. Now, why is it that that cohort is committing suicide at such an astonishing rate? Is it because their sexuality has been under attack? No, it isn't.
Could be.
Every suicide is different. And the fact that you can collect statistics, what did Churchill say? There are lies, damned lies, and statistics. I'm saying that my freedoms under the Charter of Right to express and perpetuate my culture and faith and the tenets behind it with my own children cannot be impaired by this statute. It may be designed to facilitate transitional gender reassignment surgery. Great. Away you go. I have no complaint about that.
Okay, thank you. I think we're repeating two exact same positions right now, and I'd like to move on to the next person for question.
I'm talking about anybody in my position
Thank you. Understood.
who is a person of faith who is under attack by this piece of legislation.
Understood. Ms. D. Costanza. Costanzo.
Sorry, you raised a very big emotion because I come from a country that was unspoken. I was born in Iraq, raised in Iraq. My father comes from a family of 11, very Catholic. We're Suryani, the oldest Catholics apparently on earth. And I heard at a young age that my uncle, one of my uncles, was a homosexual. And when the story came, he was, of course, married, had a child forcefully, because that's what's supposed to happen. And then when he left and with another man, the whole family was shattered. The brothers sat together to see how they can kill him before the story comes out. To me, to be raised and the blessing that I've received being in Canada, and I've had at least 4 children of my friends' children who are gay, who have suffered through teenage, every single one of them reached suicidal. To see what Canada, what the life for gay and people who are born with that have the choice here, be able to say it, and they're still suffering. But it is the religion, it is the families who will constrict that, and it's sad.
That is your personal experience, and your personal experience cannot drive legislation that will affect the lives of every single Nova Scotian. You are not here to implement through legislation your personal views, nor are you. That is not what it means to be elected to the legislature. You are here to represent everyone under the Charter of Rights. And if a piece of legislation...
I'm here to chair, and I'm going to have to keep this moving on. And all respect to everybody else, we have one more person I'm going to let, and we've gone way over in time on this, which isn't... It's a debate that I don't think anybody here is going to actually win.
No, not on a personal level, but
please.
This is a statute, sir. It's a statute, and everyone's entitled to their personal opinion and their personal backstory.
Order. Ms. Chender, you have the floor.
I have a lot of backstory I could share, but I won't do it. And I'll just ask you, and I will ask you a question, which is, do you believe that practices of hatred can be promulgated in faith communities that negatively impact people, that lead to detrimental effects, including suicide?
Ms. Macbeth.
No Muslim, no Jew, no Christian practices hatred. Every single one of those related religions is based on love. And if you had a representative of the Muslim community here, you would hear that from them and from the Jews as well. The basis of our religions is love, but we understand that there are things that are disordered. And I'm saying that the presumption of fixed and immutable sexuality at birth is incorrect, and that no research has been presented to refute that.
Thank you.
And I would like to see this whole thing thrown back and an invitation extended to all of the leaders of the faith communities in this province to come and give you their opinion.
Thank you.
I'm speaking loudly because there's no one else here
So that's
from the faith communities.
We've got that message loud and clear. Thank you very much. Ms. Macbeth. No further questions? Ms. Chender.
I'd like to move an amendment.
Go ahead.
We have circulated this on sheet LAC NDP-1. It is circulating currently. And I can agree with our presenter on one point.
Thank you, Ms. Macbeth. You're excused.
I can agree with our presenter on one point, which is that we do think a part of Clause 6 should be excised, and that is, I'll just draw your attention to the change sheet, that page 2, Clause 6, sub A, subclause 2, delete, and B, subclause 3, renumber as 2. That part is housekeeping. Page 2, Clause 7, subclause 2, delete, and subclause 3, renumber as 2. The impact of these changes will be, as we heard from our presenter from the Youth Project, to remove the exception for a mature minor. We heard the Minister of Justice caution us not to call this conversion therapy, to call it gender change efforts. This is not a health practice. This is not something that vulnerable teenagers in particular should be given the choice to consent to or not, nor should anyone. But at this point, we are suggesting that that clause be removed so that this can be a stronger bill.
So we have a motion on the floor with an amendment from the NDP party. Any conversation? No discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion defeated. Do we have any further motions? Mr. McGuire.
16 be referred back to the House without amendments. Obviously, there's a little bit of conversation back and forth on changes that can be had, but right now we want to make sure that this bill gets through to protect those that need to be protected, and we can have further discussion, I'm sure, in the House.
There's a motion on the floor to send this back to the House without amendments. No discussion. All those in favor say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion carried. The bill will be forwarded back to the House without amendments. We have 5 bills left. If everybody's in agreement, we could move that all 5 be moved back to the House. There are no presenters for them. And leave it open if anybody would like to speak on any of those bills, if that's the favor of the committee. Mr. D'Entremont.
And my comment revolves around Bill 2, which is Develop Nova Scotia. And it's not so much we don't have a change today, but maybe something we can consider later on, and hopefully staff can help us out with it. But when we talk about the board, which is Clause 8, board consists of not less than 7 and not more than 15 members appointed by the Governor and Council. There is no reference on the makeup of that board. So here's the example. Develop Nova Scotia is going to be working on Internet for Rural Nova Scotia. Currently, Develop Nova Scotia is boarded solely by people from HRM. So do they have the understanding, I'm hoping they do, for the rollout of Internet services across this province? So I'm just wondering if there's an adjustment or other that we could do to the bill to ensure that it goes through the regular HR process, that there is equal representation from one end of this province and to the other. That's just something that's missing in this bill, I think, that should be underlined.
Okay, so I take that as a heads up for Committee of the Whole. Okay, so would somebody like to make the motion? Mr. Irvin. Irving.
Keith as in beer, Irving as in oil. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 2, the Develop Nova Scotia Act, Bill number 4, the Corporation Registrations Act Amendment, Bill number 10, the Liquor Control Act Amendment, Bill 13, the Daycare Act Amendment, and Bill 23, the Canadian Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act, be referred back to the House without amendment.
All those in favor say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion carried. Mr. D'Entremont.
Just before we finish up, I know when we started off this meeting, Mr. McGuire wasn't here when you said that we shouldn't be taking pictures inside the chamber while it's in session. Mr. McGuire did take a picture. I can provide it to you, Mr. Chair, if you want, but maybe Please. If you can just schwack his hands there a little bit and tell him not to do it again. Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to have the picture also, please.
I will.
Thank you. I'll speak to the caucus chair about that. That concludes our business for today. I thank everybody for a very entertaining and very informative and spirited conversation today. Thank you.